I'd like to call this meeting to order and ask you to please join us as we say the Pledge of Allegiance, and if I could ask Kevin Kiley to lead us, please.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
If I could ask you all to remain standing for a moment of silence for Bob Fergalewski, a longtime member of our DPW, Department of Public Works, who passed away this past week. Thank you. All right. As we move on, the first item up is recognition for the Random Acts of Kindness Week, and we have a proclamation that I'd like to read. From the town of Fairfield, whereas Random Acts of Kindness Week is held on the second full week of February each year, Random Acts of Kindness Week is designed to give those who are either not currently aware of random acts of kindness or those who wish to call attention to the value of kind actions a chance to experience the joy of passing along kindness. The purpose of this week is to raise awareness about kindness and to invite citizens to give and receive kindness daily. The intention is to celebrate this important week in Fairfield to deepen a community of kindness by practicing kindness in our families, schools, and workplace 365 days a year. Whereas celebrations vary widely, an individual may celebrate kindness by performing anonymous acts of kindness all week long. An educator may lead a discussion about kindness and involve students in brief kindness activity. And some celebrations are school-wide. Some celebrations are community-based rather than school-based. For hundreds of ideas, go to www.randomactsofkindness.org. And whereas during this special week in Fairfield, stickers printed up with Kindness Matters, balloons, flowers, and hugs will be randomly given out to people around town and local businesses. Flyers will be made up about the week with kindness ideas that will be posted in the windows of some of our local businesses. And many of our schools will be celebrating throughout the week by making handmade cards for seniors, food pantries, homeless shelters, and service people in our town. Some schools may hold kindness assemblies, hold smile projects, hand out kindness coins or stickers when teachers catch students in kind acts. And principals will read kindness quotes and ideas over their morning message each day. And whereas many more ideas can be put into practice throughout the year leading up to next year's Random Acts of Kindness Week, they may include holding an essay contest in schools about what kindness means to each student, schools making kindness posters that will be displayed around school, town, and local businesses, or a list of kindness ideas to display on the town's website during Random Acts of Kindness Week. Now, therefore, I, Michael C. Tetro, First Selectman of the town of Fairfield, do hereby proclaim Monday, February 10th to Sunday, February 16th as Random Acts of Kindness Week throughout the town of Fairfield. All right, and do we have a note here? Yes, is Veronica Malika here? Veronica, would you care to come up and say a few words and also accept? All right, good. If you'll take place at the podium, and by the way, let's come up and give you your proclamation here. Now this is going to be tricky because I'm going to present this and not shake your hand because I'm putting it. There you go. But come on up, guys.
Thank you.
All right, good. We got that? All right. And can you tell us a little bit about your motivation, what got you involved?
Yeah.
And kind of tell us all about this and how we can raise it.
I'd be happy to.
Okay, thank you.
So, just, I think living in this lightning speed, technology-based social culture that we are all part of, I think we're all just longing for more kindness to ourselves, in our families, and, extending outward into the community. And I think when we think of kindness, we think of it as, giving to others, and it certainly is that, but I think we have to slow down as individuals to connect with ourselves and get in touch with that kind part of ourselves. And when we start with the people that we love in our families, our kids, our spouses, the people that we love most, then we have the energy and the awareness to extend that outward into the schools and the communities and our workplaces and the world. The second reason is that I think our children need to understand the incredible power of their words and their actions, and how everything that we say and do affects the emotional well-being of another person and the life of another person. And it shouldn't feel good to exclude people. It shouldn't feel good to name call. It shouldn't feel good to, leave others out. Bullying it makes no sense whatsoever. And so we can have all of these anti-bullying campaigns at schools and throughout, but we need to be talking at home about kindness, and it's got to start with the parents. We have to model it for our families on a not a day-to-day basis, but literally a moment-to-moment basis, and that takes a lot of consciousness and a lot of awareness. So I think slowing down is a big part of that. But what happened in Newtown, what happened with the person at Greenwich High in September, and the numerous examples that we point to, should never ever happen. It should never. No kid or adult should ever get to the point where that they feel like that's their only option. And we've got to find a way to stop it, and it's got to start, person by person. And the third reason is that selfishly, when we're doing kind stuff, we think we're doing it for other people, but when we start, doing random acts of kindness, which is an experiment that my kids and I went and did last year, you find out that even though you're doing it for somebody else, it really makes you feel good. And so our hope is to inspire others to, create that awareness at home in their families, and, carry it out into the communities. On February 14th, we're going to be doing kindness excursions all day long, where we just go out and give balloons and stickers and hugs and flowers to strangers on the street, and encourage that, kindness is a contagious spirit of passing it on. And I really believe that we can create a movement if we continue to have an ongoing dialogue and make it part of our everyday being. And so that's why.
Thank you. How did you get involved in this?
I think as a parent, my son is 8, my son Ryan is 8, and my daughter Grace is 5, and they go to North Stratfield School. And so I was just trying to start, as one citizen, one person, to say what can I do, and how can I model kindness, and how can I teach them that literally everything that you say and do matters. And so I just went on the Random Acts of Kindness Foundation website, and I got ideas about going out and doing these random acts of kindness. And at North Stratfield, we created a kindness assembly. We had the student body write. It's during Valentine's week, so we put on hearts, what kindness means to me, and we displayed them all through the school. Some parents and I made posters of, just like making NSS a kindness zone that we kept up actually after Kindness Week. And we don't want this to be a 5-day thing that goes away. We really want this to become a culture of kindness in our school, and a culture of kindness in our community. So it was just an effort, in our schools to come up with some fun ways to celebrate, and also in the town, we did a lot of stuff for strangers, but we also went to our favorite places like the Pantry and Catch a Healthy Habit and Whole Foods and Trader Joe's, and just said, thank you for what you do for our community, because the people that work at those places make it a delight to go in there. And we wanted to express our gratitude for making those, happy places to, frequent in our town. So our hope this year, we've created a kindness committee in North Stratfield, so we're trying to get a bigger group of people to go out and do this stuff. And we've also shared it. I'm starting to share it with my intention to share it with the entire PTA council, so that all of the schools can take what NSS is doing and just model it. It's all been documented and set up so that, as long as the principals are on board with it, we can get every school in Fairfield doing it. That's my hope.
Oh, that's great. Guys, any follow-up questions or comments?
Just a quick, thank you. A quick thank you for pushing this dialogue forward and creating the awareness that you have up to now and the continued awareness that your program is creating across town. A couple of things struck me that you said is that kindness does begin at home and spreads from there, and that every day should be Kindness Day, not just 5 days a week or 1 week from each year. So thank you for those reminders.
My pleasure. Thank you.
Anything to add?
I would build on that. Thank you for the reminder. And I think at home and here as community leaders, I think sometimes you said slowing down. We kind of have to pause as we get in the midst of sometimes some very heated conversations around our tables where we disagree with each other at times. But that doesn't mean that we can't show that example of kindness as well as community leaders. So I thank you for that reminder as well.
Yeah, and I just want to point out that a lot of times folks will say, what can I do to make a difference and how can I have an impact on the community? And you stepped up and got involved and are doing this. And I think this is great. And I think when you talk about making our community warmer, friendly in place and more welcoming, and especially when we talk about, the increased diversity in our community and realize that with diversity comes diversity of opinions, that we need to be reminded that to go back and also be kind to all of our friends and neighbors and kind of help increase the bonds of our community. And so thank you for being a leader and setting that example for us.
Thank you. Thank you for your support. I greatly appreciate you inviting me here and for, doing the proclamation together last year and making our town an official celebrator of this important week. And, like we said, we definitely want it to be an ongoing dialogue and celebration throughout the town and schools and communities. It's really, really important.
Well, thank you, and thank you for all that you're doing.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
All right, next up, item 4 on the agenda is resignations from the Shellfish Commission. David Thornton from 1146 Valley Road, term November 10 to November 15th. Mr. Thornton resigned effective January 9th, 2014. So we have an opening to fill on that board. And again, just officially to thank Mr. Thornton for his work and his volunteer spirit in terms of contributing his time. Certainly the Shellfish Commission has had a number of key projects going on, not to mention they were heavily involved in working on the remediation plan for the Mill River during this past year, and that was a big project, and I think a very successful one in terms of getting significant improvements and enhancements made to that plan with Shellfish, Harbor Management, and Conservation all working together on that. Next up, from the Library Director, to hear an update on the Director of a Fairfield Public Library, Ms. Ronald. We often hear about the library, a lot of us frequent the library, but we haven't had a chance to hear about all the wonderful things that happen there, and because the library is so much more expansive in function than when I was a kid and when I was growing up, and I expect for most of us in terms of how much more you do there now than was in the past, and thought this would be a great chance for you to give us an update on all of that.
Well, thanks for letting me speak for a few minutes. I could speak for hours. I promise I'll keep it short. First of all, I wanted to acknowledge the 375th anniversary of our town, and I wanted to, we've got our program calendar that we do every few months, and this year we decided to put the logo on the front, but also we're talking about the history of the Fairfield Public Library. And it really began in 1876 in the Academy building, and it was a private library at the time. And we've been a public library for over 60 years. So this calendar just actually traces some of the history of the library within our community, and we're very proud of this. It has card catalogs the way we used to use them, and you'll see some people that have since retired and some young kids in their 60s, and it's really kind of a memento and a keepsake for the town, so we're very proud of this event, and I have a copy for each of you. You must study it, of course.
Thank you.
I really like what Mike said. The library is an expansive organization conversation now. I think we still think of libraries as just books, and we need to get away from that. I will say books are still the most popular item that people use in our community. It is about 60% of the usage for materials is still the print book. The second one is movies, and maybe not surprising to families in the room. And then the third is audio. What's happening now, though, is we're having a digital surge. If you have a cell phone, which over 95% of the world does, or you have a tablet or an iPad or a computer, you're looking for your library not just in the building itself or in a school, you're looking for it on the go. And we know we have tons of commuters in our community. We know people travel an awful lot. We have family all over the country and beyond. And these residents expect their library to be with them wherever they go. So we've really invested some of the town's money into a digital library. So now we have electronic books, we have electronic audio books if you're an audiophile, we have streaming music if you don't realize that yet, so you can actually, I think, download 3 songs a week based on if you are a resident of Fairfield, and we are looking at streaming video. Think about that for the value of teaching some person a skill in a business, or your child comes home and needs to learn some foreign language skill. We'll be able to do this. If you have a card, we'll be able to provide this information. And we know people use libraries in different ways. You have different learning styles, you have different cultural tastes. So we're really in the midst of this we're bridging a digital world and the physical world, and I really don't see that going away for quite some time, and we're excited to do it. That's what librarians like to do. We like to respond to community need. I will also mention we have a mobile app now, so you can use, you can get to the website and download these resources wherever you are. And our latest service, I forgot, is called Zinio, and it has what is Zinio? Well, it's digital magazines. So if you want to read The Economist, well, you might not, but if you want to read House Beautiful or something like that, you can get this on your tablet and electronic device now. So we've invested some of our library materials budget into that, so we're really, really excited about this service. The other thing is I would say is we consider the library the people's university. It's not just for school-age children. It might have been in our time. It certainly was in my time, many moons ago. But we see a lot of preschoolers in our buildings now. We see caretakers here trying to get kids have a leg up on reading, understanding of the world, and socialization. We had over 10,000 preschoolers attend our programs last year. We have school-age kids for homework help, just to be in a safe and welcoming environment with a librarian they can trust. We had over 11,000 school-age kids attend our programs. And then the teen population, this is a population we identified about a decade ago in libraries, and we have this wonderful space. If you haven't been, or if you have teens, the branch library, it's called Down Under, and we have kids rushing to the library. Think of that, a teen rushing to the library to enjoy the space downstairs in the basement, which is nicely renovated now. And we have about 30 to 35 of these teens congregating down there, and there are mentors there, and these mentors are librarians. And librarians don't just check in and check out books now. They guide the kids to school reading lists. They may listen to them compassionately about an issue they have in their lives. They may just sit down with a lonely kid. We are really mentors to these kids. And we might actually teach them a computer skill along the way. So we are really community educators, not necessarily identified like that very often, but we're teaching people all the time. We're showing people, if you've read this book, well, what would why did you like this book? And, well, we've got other authors, and this doesn't come out of our heads magically. We get training for this. We talk to publishers. We're listening to, publishing trends all the time. We're voracious readers. That's one of the reasons we got into it, but we want to connect people with the resources they want. We do that at the reference desk all the time. Think about it, job seekers. We're in a down economy since 2008. Well, we started an award-winning job-seeking program. We have reports that we have been instrumental in 85 people getting employment after, coming to this job series. Those are the reported people. We don't know about the people who go on with their lives. And so we're really changing lives, and we really spend a lot of time supporting community needs. We look for a community need, we try to respond, and we figure out if we have the resources, not always, but we really try and make a difference in the life and the quality of life in our community. I'm trying to think of some other examples. We've started a personal finance series. You know, money is tight. You have a family budget. Maybe you're a college student, know what to do. We started this series. We had experts come in. We had counselors here. You know, now we have Medicare enrollment for people. We have Obamacare assistance. It's really looking out into the community. It's not just the building anymore. Looking out to the community and say, wow, what can I do for our community to make it better for everyone in it? And I think we're doing a pretty good job that way. Two other things, and then I'll stop. We also try and identify, technologies that will work for the community that are inexpensive but really do something. And I want to mention this because I'm very proud of this. We have museum passes that people can take out. So families in need who want to go to a museum and don't have the money can come to the library. There are 42 passes, and actually take out a pass and take your family for free to these cultural enrichment centers. And we invite everyone to do this. And they're extremely, extremely popular. Well, we have someone who also manages the volunteers who deliver homebound materials to people in assisted living. They can't get out to the museums. Doesn't mean they don't want to go to a museum. So what do? Well, we connected the museums with the senior assisted living, put them on Skype. So we've done Skype tours into senior assisted living centers now. So we've done the Fairfield Museum, we've done the Bellarmine Museum, we've done the Aldridge, we've done the Bruce Museum. I don't even know what's coming up next. So we found a need, we found a cheap technology, we connected them with a resource, and we're so proud of this. We won a grant for it, and I think we're changing lives. I think we're really improving the quality of life in our community for that. And then can I mention the big grant?
Go for it.
This is so exciting. Okay, so if you were in the children's library lately, you'd see there's an early learning center that's really a special place. Kids run to that red door. Why? Because it's child friendly. It's this big. Adults aren't allowed. It's bright, it's red, it's flashy. They love it. And mom and dad can't get through it. But there is... and it's based upon the Fairfield community. So there's a town hall, there's a corner store, there's a farmyard. It's the idea of looking back and reflecting on sort of the true family values of your community. But it's all based on library principles. We hide them, but we're actually developing people's senses and emerging literacy skills and really providing an opportunity for these kids to feel welcome and not challenged while they learn to read. And it's been a phenomenal success, and it's been nationally recognized. Well, what about the kids in grades 3 to 6? Well, we just gave them some stacks on the other side of the room. Well, this is not going to do for us anymore. We've seen what it's done for the kids. We've seen the stats go up. So we are applying for a grant, cross your fingers, based on STEM, science, technology, engineering, and math. And this has been an Obama initiative since 2009. Let's get our kids well trained. Let's get them good, occupations, particularly girls. Kids with learning disabilities, let's really push it forward. So we're hoping we can design a space as magical as we did for the early learners into the school-age children, and then we're going to use the Skype like we did before, the video chat. So we've identified mentors, Connecticut Science Center, Connecticut Discovery Museum, people hopefully at Sikorsky. I did talk to Chris DeWitt about that just a minute ago. These kids are going to be able to talk to mentors who are already in the field. What is it like to be a helicopter pilot or a scientist at GE? What are the challenges? I have a question. We're going to try and have this communication challenge with these people who are already in the profession and encourage these kids to have fun while learning about this. So I'm very excited. We won't hear till the fall, and we'll see what happens. So that's my presentation.
Karen, thank you. Any follow-up questions or comments from the board?
Go ahead.
Hi.
Hi.
It's overwhelming. First of all, thank you, Karen, for being here with us today and for the time that you offered to the community in the open house last weekend as well. It's amazing and overwhelming to hear all of the offerings, and I certainly have appreciated the benefits of many of those and am incredibly impressed with the kind of diversity that you have, as well as the overlap in terms of working together with so many other agencies, departments, groups, and that is something I think that helps provide an incredible web of support and enrichment for the entire community. So I am incredibly grateful for all that you and your staff have done, and I'm looking forward to continuing to support and enjoy the library going forward. So thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions?
Please.
Sure.
Karen, thank you for the update. That's wonderful, and I can tell you're extremely excited about what you do, and that is an asset to our town, so thank you again for that. The music, the download music program is phenomenal. I've used that many a time. It's a great asset to the library and to the users of it, so thank you for putting that together. It's a great program.
You're welcome.
It really is, and I look forward to checking out the magazine site as well. I haven't seen that yet, but
Yeah.
that's next on my personal list. Just a couple quick questions. The first, you've mentioned technology a number of times and the increasing importance of technology in the library
Right.
and the programs that you're able to deliver for our citizens. At some point, it's probably too much to do right now informally, but can we get a presentation on library and technology, but specific to the security of the technology? Like with all the technology coming and going into the library these days, it opens up the can of worms of, internet security and technology security and usage of computers and things like that. So is there a chance that we could maybe at some time get an update on how you work with the IT department or with the administration or the schools to make sure that everyone is IT safe, if you will?
Sure.
And-
Yeah, I would bring our technology librarian with me to talk about that. I will mention a couple of things. We do have pieces of software that if you are a member of the public and you come and use our computer lab, which is extremely popular, your records are purged at the end of the day. So we have like privacy software that doesn't allow that to be shared with people. We are watching that all the time, and there are redundancies within the software. So we watch that very carefully. But we can bring him along, and he can really answer some specific questions if you like.
Good. Thank you for that. That's just a bigger and more important topic every day.
Right,
Right.
exactly.
And the other question I had is, and this might be more of a question for you, is does the library, this is the time of year for tax returns, do you do any volunteer
Yes, we've done
tax
it for
returns? Can you
decades.
talk about that briefly? Because it is that time of year
Well-
for people to come and make use of that service.
Yeah, we used to get a lot more print forms for taxes, but everything's going digital, as I've just said. So in fact, we do get, I think we get 1099 easy form. I can't even remember, and they sit on the tables near the reference desks in both libraries. A lot more is digital, and we'll print them out for you if you'd like. But we also have volunteer tax help.
That's what I thought.
And I'm going to say it's every Tuesday afternoon, but I'm not completely sure. They've been doing it for about a decade at the library. It's in the Rotary Room. It's first come, first served, so people will help you with your taxes.
Great.
Yeah.
That's a great service. Thank you very much.
You're welcome. You're welcome. Thank you.
And just a quick follow-up.
Yeah.
One, as part of the 375th, I think one of the giveaways we have are bookmarks
Yes,
that are out.
yes. I should have
And are
brought
those
them.
available at the library?
They are at the library, yes. I should have brought some,
With the
sorry.
375th anniversary logo on it.
Yep.
So I think that's a great marriage between the 375th and the library.
Yeah.
Second, you've done this, I guess for as long as I can remember. I don't know quite how many years you've done this, but the One Book, One Town. I think that's a phenomenal program.
Mm-hmm.
I think in this day and age, to basically create a common experience for our town, to bring everybody together, to create one conversation, if you will, is just a phenomenal visionary concept in terms of what you're doing to help bond our community together. So I want to thank you
you're welcome.
for promoting that each year.
I
And I
believe
know
the
that's underway at the moment.
Yep. Author's coming March 26th, and you can reserve your spots, I think, next week, if you would like to come. We had over 700 people at our last One Book, One Town. And this is an adult book, but it's a fabulous read, and it really does. It starts a community conversation. That's really what this is all about. And you're absolutely right. It connects people that wouldn't otherwise talk to each other, down the street or wherever you are. So that's the idea behind it.
Yeah. Phenomenal. And then lastly, you mentioned a mobile app.
Yeah.
How does one get that mobile app to download for their phone?
I don't know. Thank goodness for Mary Mao.
You go to the
Go to the library website, and you'll be able
the
to get
address-
instructions.
The address of the library website?
FairfieldPublicLibrary.org,
Okay,
and it's, I think it's on the bottom right-hand corner, if I remember.
okay. Very
Okay.
good. Karen, thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Thanks.
Good luck with that grant.
Yes,
And-
cross your fingers.
And certainly, if there's ever anything you want to update us on in the future, just let me know and we'll get you back on.
Do you want to announce what the book is?
Oh, I can't now.
The bookmarks are beautiful.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, moving on to our next item, from the Not-for-Profit Committee, to hear an update from the Not-for-Profit Committee. Mr. DeWitt.
It wasn't here, it was the first page, Kristen. It's on one sheet front back.
That's why.
Yeah.
I was looking for multiple. There you go. That's good.
Mr. DeWitt, if you would, I'm sorry? You'd be good
Here's
enough
my
to-
random act of kindness for today. I make copies for everyone.
Good, thank you.
It is in here after all, Chris.
Thanks, Chris.
Sure.
Yeah.
Oh, of course you may.
Yeah, but Chris's are nicer copies.
I know, I like the big copies, you know.
Yeah,
Get
yeah.
old. Sure. Oh, please, no problem.
Tell me something I don't know.
And I have some extra copies, actually, if anyone,
The press is, yeah.
yes, if anyone would like some copies, please. There you are. Oh, thanks, sir. It's Phil's random act of kindness for today.
All right.
I'll leave that right there if that's okay. Thank you for having me, Chris DeWitt. I'm here, a Board of Finance member, but here representing the not-for-profit committee that was chartered by the Board of Selectmen, back with Mr. Flato and continuing through Mr. Tetro. I want to go, the first page is our committee. I really want to thank our committee in open forum. This has been a very long experience. We've spent a lot of hours, and this is not an easy topic. There's a lot of moving parts, but boy, I'll tell you, these 5 people, and I'll name them, have all really had a lot of input and a lot of great input. And we met last night to make sure we were prepared for today, and have not lost any of the enthusiasm that we had on the very first day. So I give you, including Selectman McCarthy-Vahey. So I'm the chairman. Mr. McCarthy-Vahey is our Selectman representative, Board of Selectmen. Ken Brockfeld is Board of Finance representative, along with myself. Julie Gottlieb and Mary McCullough are our RTM representatives. So it's been a little while since we've had conversations, so I'll give you a little history. November 13th of 2012, I presented to the Board of Finance the team's initial recommendations, including recommendations for how we should initially proceed that budget year, next budget year, with the budget director. And those actions were taken that year by our budget director, and they continue this year. On December 5th, Mrs. McCarthy-Vahey, in her role as a member of our committee, came here and briefed the Board of Selectmen. And there hasn't been a whole lot going on since then, unfortunately. We had our budget season, we had some time off, and up until last night, where I presented recommendations, and we, after a 4-0-1 vote to the committee last night, or from the committee last night, we have some recommendations to put forth to you. And that's our second page. These recommendations are by no means an end. They're very much a beginning. We've used the term move the process forward many times in our committee. I think this is a process that needs to move forward. It's not one step, it's 100 more steps, but listen, moving this forward I think is a very important step, and handing it back to the Board of Selectmen and starting to look for real action, right? So I'll go down our recommendations very quickly, and I'll read them out for the public who doesn't have this. Our first recommendation, create criteria and objectives for not-for-profit partnerships. Just last night, we're very well represented by a lot of our not-for-profit entities that were here. And one of the ladies spoke up and she said, you know, we've been here a long time with you guys, and one of the things that we really want to know is how can we better, present services to the town? Because we talk very much about, especially me, a not-for-profit entity receives money from the town, and there should be a cost-benefit analysis. So for I pay an entity $50, and the going rate for that charge is $50. Great. If we pay an entity $50 and the going rate's $100, even better. But the not-for-profit groups are coming back and saying we're ready to have a conversation with you about how we can better serve the town, and having specific criteria and objectives are something they would be looking for from our side, rather than them coming to us and saying, here's what I offer. We could also say, wow, it would be nice to know exactly what you guys are looking for. I can take comments between, in, middle, however you'd like. It's up to you.
For right now, that sounds good. Go.
Great. Number 2, the first selectman, as part of the regular budget process, shall recommend one lump sum amount for non-mandated, not-for-profit contributions, one lump sum, one single line item like we do with the Board of Education. Now, for the public, in prior years, each one of the not-for-profit entities was scrutinized individually instead of as one big whole number. It is under one miscellaneous category as one big number, but it was scrutinized at an individual level, as we all know. Our recommendation is that if we treat it like the Board of Education, now, we certainly scrutinize the Board of Education budget, and it's a very, very much larger number than the number we're talking about this. But we feel that, at least as a recommendation, if the first selectman is part of the budget process, could bring forward a number to us as a whole, we could vote on that number rather than really getting into the intricacies of who, what, when, where, when we are clearly, especially on the Board of Finance, the only one I can speak for, are clearly not experts in any of the fields of the people, of the entities that give us services. And if you choose to go forward with this, we would also recommend that we have a discussion with, of course, the Board of Selectmen, but the Board of Finance and the RTM, as these obviously affect all of us in the budget process. Third, the Board of Selectmen, the Board of Finance, and the RTM would vote on one lump sum. So the one lump sum that's brought forward through the budget process would be voted on, but we would not vote on how that money is to be allocated. Similarly to the Board of Education budget. If when we come forward and make changes to the Board of Education budget, even though we do voice our opinions often about where cuts or additions may be made, when the final Board of Education number comes forward, it's really the Board of Education's job to reallocate. We feel that if we came forward and voted on a larger number, and if that larger number was not the same number that was brought forward, that conversation would happen outside of our budgeting process. Decisions on those allocations would be made by an independent third party, either a volunteer-appointed committee by the Board of Selectmen or a professional charitable foundation. This gets back to my previous comment that we are by no means experts on not-for-profit entities, right? So we feel that a volunteer committee or, again, even a professional charitable foundation could much better look at these groups and say, you add value, we're getting a cost-benefit analysis is positive, we're getting a good deal, we're not getting a good deal. And we feel that, again, the lump sum is something that we should vote on, Board of Selectmen, Board of Finance, RTM, but the actual allocation of the money is probably better handled by a third-party entity. This committee or foundation would establish formal criteria to be followed, such as eligibility requirements, purpose and use of funds, and performance and financial benchmarks. One of the conversations I've had, or I've been a part of in my 6 years, I believe, in the Board of Finance now, is, okay, so we go through the budget process and we allocate a bunch of money and the checks get cashed, but do we get any benefit out of it? We never knew that. And we never knew if a particular not-for-profit entity came to us and said, I'm going to do X for you, and they did Y. This third-party organization we would recommend would set goals, objectives, benchmarks that they could track the entities against and see, again, if we're getting, is there a benefit to this analysis? I mean, is there a cost benefit? Or is maybe other entities that could, better, either town entities or external entities that could better perform these services. And finally, continue the existing budget initiation process. So as I mentioned before, in our recommendations in 2012, there was a very specific recommendation. I have it if you don't remember what it is. But we asked the budget director to put forth very specific data deliverables for the not-for-profit entities. That is continuing this year. We believe that should continue. That is working. That it's not. If it ain't broke, don't fix it. And also, this committee or foundation should establish an open application process. So on some, I don't know if it's a yearly basis to be determined, there should be some application process which we could, invite other not-for-profit entities to come to the town with our objectives and our criteria and say, I have something to offer. Or even go back to our existing ones and say, wow, do you still meet the criteria and objectives by which we put forth as a town? And that's it. I don't know if you want to discuss this. I can take you to my last page, the big wrap-up. So, going forward, this is a lot. There's a lot to digest here. Budget season is right around the corner. I can feel that book going in my backpack any day. I think there are some of these recommendations that can be implemented fairly quickly, maybe even for this budget process. I think there are others that most certainly are going to take some time for next. We'd ask that as many recommendations as the Board of Selectmen feels is appropriate, implement this year. And I, as the chairman, we have well, it's of course up to you, but we won't disband our group, but I would like to offer my services to any effort going forward, keep continuity, help transition this volunteer organization, be a part of the volunteer organization, but I most certainly would like to stay involved, and I just don't want to abandon it now that I'm giving my getting off the stage speech here, so. Great.
Mr. Witt, thank you very much. Any questions from my colleagues from the board?
I have a few, but
Mr.
you want to
Cummings,
go ahead?
Oh, why don't
You wanna
you
go?
begin? Since
Sure. I'm beginning to go. Mr. DeWitt, thank you very much for the report, and
welcome,
thank
Mr.
you, and thank you to all your committee members for all their many, many months of hard work, and I know how difficult and how time-consuming those things are, so many thanks to you for all that.
You're welcome. Thank you.
The quick question,
Sure.
the first one that comes to mind, is this, when I go to page 4, it looks like it's kind of a moving forward page. So is this the final recommendation? Is the committee's work complete? Is this it?
Well, I don't think the committee's work is complete. I think it's time for us to have a little input from our chartering organization. The committee could be complete
Okay.
if the recommendation is, thank you for what you've given us, we're ready to move forward with all these recommendations and give it to another appointed body. Or I think I'd speak for the entire committee that we would proceed forward if that was the pleasure of the Board of Selectmen.
Okay, good. That's kind of what I thought. I just wanted to clarify that.
Sure.
So-
Thank you for that.
Thank you for that. I have a few questions.
Sure.
The first one that comes to mind is, one of your last points, is that we're right around the corner from budget season, and we all know how time-consuming and challenging that is for all of us. So there are recommendations here that you mentioned could be implemented for this year and some that are more longer term. Can you kind of differentiate between which ones you think are more appropriate or possible for the short term and which ones are
Sure.
more on the longer side that obviously would need more attention?
Sure. I think creating the criteria and the objectives is more of a long-term process. I would hate for us to sit down in a week and come up with these. This is a larger conversation that we all need to have with each other, so that's a longer term. I do believe that we could, in this budget process, move forward and vote on one number for all the not-for-profit contributions. Now, I missed one thing I want to make sure I'm clear about. Non-mandated, we all know that there are some things that are categorized under this miscellaneous category that are mandated. We would separate those out. Those would be very separate. They have to be funded, right? But for the non-mandated, I think this budget season, it is possible and appropriate for the first selectman and, well, I guess it's the first selectman, to put forth one big number with that data and have us start having the conversations at that macro level.
For the non-mandated bucket.
For the
is what you're saying.
non-mandated bucket.
I got it, okay.
Now, one of our members was concerned, and this is why it's in here, about we make sure that that the Board of Selectmen, the Board of Finance, and the RTM approve this one bucket concept. Maybe even in the next couple of weeks, I think it may be appropriate to, vet this with the Board of Finance and the RTM. And if everybody's fine with this, again, I think that's the real short-term one that we can get past.
Okay.
The independent third party like that, I think that's.
You think that's a bit-
I think that's a bridge too far. Yeah.
Okay.
Thank
yeah.
you. Frankly.
That's kind of what I thought.
Yeah.
And you touched on one of my other questions. If I may, go ahead.
Go right ahead.
Okay. Do you, even though I think I know from years of doing this, do you have a defined list of all the private agencies and which ones fall in each bucket?
Oh, yes.
Can you provide us with that list?
Sure.
Just as a reminder that these are the mandated ones and these are the ones that are not, because I know we've had some conversation over the years on which are which.
Yeah.
And I just want to make sure that we're all on the same page.
I do think last year's budget book was very specific on which was which,
Were they?
but I'll make sure I'll get you that list.
It would be good to have a
Yep.
list
Absolutely.
of that. The other thing I wanted to say is, in addition to thanking you for all your work, I want to thank all these agencies for all the services that they provide to the people of the town of Fairfield. The services that are provided, they vary in many ways, but they provide a lot of important, social aspects and, social things for our town and for the people who live here, that either they can't provide for themselves or that the town can't provide or isn't equipped to provide for them. And so, from my perspective, regardless of what process we use or how we evaluate them or when we put the process in place, my personal opinion is that the work they do is invaluable. It's critically important to our town, to the people who live here, and not for 1 second do I want to interfere with any of that good, kind-spirited work. So I just want to make sure that that's, I don't want to get tripped up in that, trying to do something too quickly in the midst of a budget process.
Yeah.
Because there's a lot of great people doing wonderful things
Yeah.
for our town, and that must continue.
And I have to tell you, I came at this committee as a money guy. So,
Yeah.
we talked about it in the Board of Finance many times. It's really a dollars and cents discussion when it comes to us. But I have to tell you, a lot of the not-for-profit, people were at a lot of our meetings.
Yeah.
They supported a lot of our meetings, had a lot of great input. And after you sit through those meetings with those people every once in a while, you can't help walking away going, this is bigger than just dollars and cents.
Absolutely.
You have to look at it from a dollars and cents because we're,
Right.
that's our charter, right?
Right.
But it's, being in this position, especially as chairman, is very tough to differentiate.
Yeah,
So I agree with you completely.
I can imagine the spot that you found yourself in. There's the information and there's the dollars and cents, but then there's the heartwarming element of what they're doing for the people that
Oh, yeah.
that has to override any of that.
Absolutely.
Yeah. So
Right.
thank you for being understanding of that and having that part of your discussion and including those people there. I think those are my main questions for the moment on.
Great.
I wanted to talk about the current year process, but maybe that conversation will evolve either here tonight or over the next couple of weeks. So,
Great.
Thank you. I'm good for now.
Okay. Do you have any comments at this time?
Do you have any questions? I was going to make comments. I don't have questions because I was part of the conversation, so.
Okay. All right, then, let me add a few. First of all, Chris, again, thank you to you and your committee for the time and effort put on this.
You're welcome.
Can you get us copies of the minutes of your last couple of meetings so we can get a flavor for the discussion?
Absolutely. They're all on the Fairfield Town website also, but I can certainly get them for you.
All right,
Fantastic.
thank you. And then,
Except for last night's, I haven't done that yet. I did this to last night, so.
Okay.
Kristen got a note from me about 10 o'clock last night, so.
wow, if you're chair and secretary, that's got to be double duty.
Chair and secretary.
Hope you're getting paid for
Chief
both.
Double
cook and
pay.
bottle washer, yeah, I do it all.
Equal pay for
There's
both.
5 of us, so
So-
it's really not a big deal.
I really do like the way you phrase this as partnerships. I think that one of the things that I've learned as I've sat down and talked with each of the not-for-profits or organizations that I'm going to almost say we do business with, because in essence, we are paying for services as we get through this. Each one of these groups services one segment of our society, and I've asked them to come back with comments that focus on, and I guess, Mr. Kyla, to your point, just from a quick current year update.
Right.
I've met with each of the nonprofits.
Okay.
One-on-one, and asked them to come back with kind of their specific value statement in terms of who they serve, how many Fairfield residents, and a very self-interested, what does Fairfield get for the dollars that we're investing in your group? Because it's not a donation in a sense, and I think that's one of the misnomers out there, that's one of the rumors out there,
Yeah.
or management by rumors. We're not making a donation to the American Heart Association. No knock on the American Heart Association at all, but your donation, you don't know what happened to it, whatever. These are people that are literally providing services for Fairfield residents or services to the town. So there are individuals. So when we look at things like, as has been mentioned in the past, cutting back, and I think I'll pick Fairfield Counseling Services. If we cut back our contribution, the question is, do we expect them to service less people? Are we expecting less mental health issues in the future? Are we expecting them to do less with our police department in a partnership, where they're very much involved in that? So I think one of the things here is that we really need to look at each organization and realize that they are providing specific services to the town that meet specific needs of our residents. And at least in the conversation I've had to this point, much like Mr. DeWitt was saying, I've been very impressed with the efficiency, productivity, and value proposition we're getting back for the dollars that are being invested in those regards. So,
Especially with services that we're not currently providing as a town. Some of these things I looked at initially and said, wow, we have to be providing that as a town. And you go, nope, they're not. We're not. So, some of these services are not replicated. They're not duplicated. They're singular.
yeah, at least based on the initial, very few are.
Yeah.
Because I was looking for overlaps, I was looking for...
Yeah, they're tough to find.
They're kind of different components of that. So right now, I haven't found a lot of overlaps in terms of my meetings and sessions. I don't know if your committee had a chance to sit down and meet individually with the organizations, and if you identified any overlaps in services during your discussions.
As a body, we didn't meet with any of the, other than informally in the audience during our meetings. And believe me, we had people at our meetings, which was kind of funny. So we didn't think that was going to happen. Myself, doing some of the research, I found very few overlaps. Services that were, again, only provided in one place, and it was in one of these entities. I mean, Pequot Library is the big one. It's another branch of the library, right? That's probably the biggest overlap that I can think of. But I always thought, wow, there must be some health service, social service things that are overlapped, and I don't know if you want to comment. I don't remember thinking of any that are duplicated.
I don't remember, though, that we specifically went through and designated for each. In other words,
Yeah.
that wasn't a specific conversation or agenda item that we specifically addressed in that kind of methodical way. So without having my list in front of me, I wouldn't
Yeah.
want to.
We were very much focused on
That.
process.
Yeah.
So rather than, look at each of the not-for-profit groups and say, oh, you're good, you're bad, we're paying you too much, we're paying you too little, we said, you know what? Once there's a process in place to evaluate how we look at you and the objectives we put in front of you and how you execute on them, all that other stuff kind of falls out. So we were very much process-driven more than, again, I can only speak for myself. I'm not an expert in any of these groups and what they do.
The other, at least came out of some of my conversations, and Chris, you and I might have talked about this briefly, was the idea that a number of the presentations set around that they're important to the school curriculum. And looking at that, I'm thinking maybe some of these should get moved under the Board of Ed's hospital, move the category and the dollars over to the Board of Ed budget. Because if it's something that's important to the curriculum, I'm not sure anybody outside the Board of Ed can evaluate both
Yeah.
in today's static world, but thinking down the road as we move forward, as the curriculum changes, should some of these components be increased, decreased? So I think that's kind of in terms of being flexible and trying to understand that we don't have all the answers today. And I think that's maybe one of the proposals we can make this year and say, look, let's move the dollars and the responsibility for the future discussion of this onto the Board of Ed side. And I
Yeah.
think that kind of narrows down the gap that's on the town side right away.
Yeah, you know what? When we talk about this lump sum, we didn't specifically address this, I'll take a liberty as the chairman. I think the first part of getting to that lump sum is to whittle out, just what you said. So Mill River, not-for-profit entity, is a science criteria within our schools. If we just said, well, I don't want to fund Mill River this year, everyone in the school system would, well, me as a Mill River volunteer, I'd probably chip in the $50 or whatever. We would all chip in and go and bring Mill River because it's part of our science curriculum. So that, I would agree. It was actually one of our initial recommendations back 2012 was that we recommended headings, and one of them was education. So some of them need
Right.
probably better to do that.
To that degree, those initial recommendations seem to be not needed under this approach. Did you formally decide to
No,
step away
that's-
from those?
yeah,
Or how does that work?
I think we may have wandered away from them a little bit to again help move the process forward, but it's a valid point. Maybe we should consider within that lump sum amount where they should be properly allocated, and I think Mill River, Discovery Museum, those kind of things that have school curriculum tied to them, certainly under the Board of Ed, and all that money, right?
And at least when I talk to the not-for-profits individually on that basis, the ones that are tied to the curriculum are more than happy to be evaluated by the Board of Ed on that
Oh, yeah.
value-added component.
Oh, absolutely.
They felt very good about
Experience
that.
as well.
So I think they're consistent with that. Did any of the not-for-profits have issues with this approach? Did you get a chance to discuss this with them in particular?
The only comment from last night, I believe, was the creating criteria and objectives. Was there another? I can't remember any other comment from last night. So over the I mean, we did ask for public comment, and over the time we've spent, I don't think we've had any,
And
dramatic.
then, as your committee thought through this, and I'm going to pick on the RTM since they're not in the room, it's the Board of Finance
Excellent.
and Board of Selectmen represented here. As the RTM looks at this lump sum number, how are they supposed to make a decision if it's just a lump sum number and they don't have all the details of what's below that?
Well, so we did speak about that last night. We can still get, so I'm going to take you back to the Board of Ed budget. We get a big number, and we get a book, and we go through all those lines, and at the end of the day, we say the Board of Ed budget is approved at a number. Other than a, what's the word I'm looking for? Suggestion that we take $1 million out of whatever part of the budget, right? The Board of Ed goes ahead and reallocates that money. Same thing here. We would still list everyone who's getting money, but if the number came out, it's $858,000 roughly, and one of the entities said, well, let's just reduce that by 10%, just as a random cut. Our recommendation is that we don't spend a lot of time saying, let's take $10 out of this account, $20 out of this account. It's just a lump sum number. Maybe there's suggestions like we do with Board of Ed, but the ultimate decision would be back to the first selectman and hopefully this committee, the appointed committee. So you'd still have the data, but we would vote on that one lump. We would not, as we did in previous years, what are our thoughts on the pilot house? What is our thoughts on Mill River? To go through and vote specifically line by line. It would be one big number. And that prompted probably want to have a conversation with everyone before we maybe enact that process, right? I think the Board of Finance might, well, I'm only speaking for 1/9 of the Board of Finance, I think we might be okay with a big lump number, but, they're there's a possibility that people on the RTM might want to be able to individually cut or add internal to that big lump sum.
Okay, so at this point, since this was just passed last night, there haven't been time for, we don't know how many agencies were represented or time to get any feedback from the agencies in terms of what they thought, right?
No. Nor had we previously. So even when we did our last recommendations, if someone was at the meeting and voiced an opinion, we took those opinions. Again, because we were never speaking about, not-for-profit entity 1, not-for-profit entity 2, we were talking about process. I never reached out to all, as chairman, to all the entities and said, hey, what do you think about this? It was always an internal town process.
Right, but even from a process standpoint, the thought would be to give a chance to say, here's the new process we're going to use, or considering using, I guess I should say.
Mm-hmm.
What are your thoughts in terms of how that works for your agency, your services? Do you feel well represented within this new process as opposed to the existing process? And same thing, what would your concerns be? And is there some way we can address those by tweaking
Right.
the new process as opposed to whatever? That's why when I sat down and talked to the one-on-one, and they used the word, we're important to the curriculum, I said, that sounds like the Board of Ed should be evaluating this. And 100% said, yes, you're right, we'd be more than happy to have the Board of Ed evaluate us.
Right.
So I said, if you were moved over to the Board of Ed's side of the ledger, they were all okay with that. So something
Right.
like that, I'm very comfortable pushing forward because I've gotten feedback from the specific
Right.
agents that they would feel well represented within that.
Some others might not.
In this case,
Yeah.
whatever. So I'm just wondering, in this case, did we, so there's no plan at this point to go out to the agencies with this and elicit comments or feedback in terms of the recommendation?
There isn't a plan, but again, we serve at the, the pleasure of the Board of Selectmen, so if you think that's appropriate, I'm happy to do so with these recommendations.
I think that's it for me for now. Did you want to have some comments?
I have a number of comments, and thank you, Chris DeWitt, Mr. DeWitt, thank you for being here today and for presenting. Just a couple of responses to things that were mentioned or questions that were asked. And as an immediate follow-up in terms of the Board of Education or the education items and the idea of having 3 separate buckets, as we often refer to them in the nonprofit meetings. Those categories helped us define when we were thinking about the idea of measuring, creating metrics and data. And for example, I went down to Greenwich and I met with their social services department and found out how they partnered with their nonprofits. And this sheet is an example of some of the metrics that were used to evaluate a nonprofit, which, as Selectman Kiley said, our nonprofit partners do invaluable work. But as we talk about with our town departments and just the work that we do in town, having measurable outcomes would be important for us so that we understand how best to invest wisely in these partnerships, as well as from the nonprofit standpoint, as it was Dorothy Timmerman last night who commented, so that they can be clear what direction they're working in to help support us in the work that we want to do as a town. So that's one piece. I just did want to mention that you asked Mr. DeWitt about what other comments nonprofits had. I think there was a question related to if it were a charitable foundation who was allocating the funding, would that group then mid-year be able to reallocate funds, or would that be an annual process? And the discussion in the committee was that we understood it as it is currently, where it's an annual process in the budget. So that was another comment, as well as a comment that we'd like the budget process to be not as contentious this year, and that was the only other comment that we got as well.
Can't guarantee that. I wish.
I think that one comment I'd like to make about the fact that we have education items and moving them into the education budget. When Mr. DeWitt was talking about that. I just want to be clear, that was his speaking as a member in terms of an agreement to moving it over. That was not a committee decision or a committee. The committee has discussed that.
Right.
One of the ideas was that these various items would be placed within a department where those folks were experts. And we talked about the pitfalls of doing so. So, for example, if there were a department, and I will use the Board of Education as a great example, that had funds allocated and had a choice between the funds to spend on core services such as paying for teachers versus some of the nonprofit partnerships, be they curriculum related or not, that may be difficult. So that's just a challenge that we discussed. Likewise for some of the other agencies as well, social services, our culture, arts, library. So that was just something that remained unresolved in the committee. I also just want to comment on item number 2, this change in the process. And I was the one abstention at the meeting last night, primarily because I didn't feel that I had enough time to work through this and to get some of the feedback, in addition to the fact that I sit here today, and that was another piece of that, so that we would be able to, as a board, discuss this as well. I think that that last line, this change in process, would be approved by the Board of Selectmen, Board of Finance, and RTM. We're not going to do that tonight. We're receiving a report and getting information. It's already the end of January, so realistically speaking, it takes time to go through that process. I'm concerned that doing so, from a timing standpoint, while it may be possible, it could be tight. I also want to address in item number 3, the decisions about allocations being made by an independent third party or a professional foundation. I think that when we talked about this a little bit last night in terms of being an expert, there are a number of firefighters in this room tonight who are going to talk to us later about equipment. I am not an expert and will never be in equipment, but I am going to vote as to whether or not those funds will be allocated so that we can move forward as a town. So I think for me, number 3 isn't as much about necessarily having experts make the decision. It's a workload issue in large part for me. It's about the fact that to create a sheet like this takes time, and it does take expertise as well. So I acknowledge that there has to be some level of knowledge and some level of expertise at being able to create metrics, which can be done with assistance, much as we will have Chief Fellner's assistance later. So I think I just wanted to note that there as well. I think that there's a lot more that we have to talk about tonight. I recognize, as I said, there are many people here to speak on the other issues. I do think that much of this is an ongoing conversation, and there are a lot of ways to move forward. But we did move number 1 up to the top because I think first and foremost, and again, this will take time, is for us to be clear about how best we want to partner with our nonprofits, about what our objectives are and what our goals are as we move forward, whether it be with these nonprofits or other nonprofits that help to fill a need or a gap in services that we are not able to provide. So,
unless there's anything else we have, because of the rest of the items on the agenda, unless there's anything else we have to talk about tonight, because we will spend more time on this. Anything else we need to cover now?
Just quickly, I wanted to follow up on 2 of Selectman McCarthy Vahey's points, and very much agree with both of them. The first is the timing. And, it is January, and whether we're talking about implementing something for the budget season or approving a process to therefore implement things for a budget season, I don't see there being enough time or bandwidth to get that done. So thank you for bringing that back up. And the other point is, I'll call it, for lack of a better term, getting lost in the lump sum. I'm having a little difficulty with that concept, whether it is an agency that gets lost in a lump sum conversation on the town side or the Board of Education side. Back to your point, that it could get clipped along the way for a very good reason. If the Board of Education had to make a decision between a program or a personnel decision, and funding a nonprofit, they may find themselves in a difficult position of being the part of the budget that doesn't move forward. And that could happen on the town side as well, but I think either one are more likely to happen in that lump sum format than not so. It's always easier to look at a number as a lump sum and take a piece of it on paper than it is to look at something individually or, from a more personal perspective. So I do have some learning to do about that, but some concerns as well.
Yeah, and that was my point earlier about if a given organization serviced 100 residents last
Yeah.
year, if they were cut, does that mean we expect them to service 90 going forward? Do they sit here and when somebody from Fairfield shows up, do they say, sorry, we don't have money to take care of you because we were cut?
Yeah. It's the same equation.
And I think that's,
Yeah.
you hit the nail on the head there, Mr. Conlon.
Yeah,
Okay.
and one of the
No,
discussions
thanks.
we'd had, if you arbitrarily, say, not arbitrarily, but 10% cut,
Right.
do you cut the entity getting $2,000 as well as the one getting $5,000 or $50,000? It seems,
There's a lot
they're all doing great things, right? And some of the $2,000-$3,000 ones are doing really great things, in
bet.
my estimation. So.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you. Thanks for your time.
Thank you again. Any further comments or questions?
No, I'm good.
All right. Mr. Witt, thank you to you and your
Thank you.
committee.
Thanks, sir.
All right. Next up, to hear an update on beach and transfer station ticket sticker changes. Gentlemen. Please come up to the podium, introduce yourselves as much as we know you, so that everybody at home does.
Jerry Lombardo, Director of Parks and Recreation.
Mike Zimbrewski, Director of Solid Waste and Recycling.
And thank you. I know there were a number of questions came up on the new process that's been implemented, and I appreciate you taking time to step us through that.
Yeah, there have been some comments from some residents about the new process in which we have implemented this year. Just to give you a little background on what we did, we want to share the new dates for obtaining stickers for both the beaches and the transfer station. As you know, they're all one sticker to access these facilities. And in past, we used to sell them by hand many years, and then we moved to computer, and as you can remember, the lines being around the building here. So with technology, we've improved the way we've done things and lessens our cost. The Parks and Recreation Department began selling the stickers on a calendar year in 2011 in order to help lower our expenses. And this, by lowering the expenses, it was online services, so people could renew themselves. I could do with less staff. It also, and people would get their stickers within 3 days by doing so.
And Mr. Lombardo, just to be clear, these are the beach stickers that you're talking
These are the beach stickers, but they're also encompass the transfer station.
Combination stickers.
It's a combination sticker, and I'll get to how it reflects. Because we sold all of them. And it also helped us lengthen, the timeline that we had to sell stickers so that we didn't have the influx of people coming into the offices and having to have more staff. Because the crunch was May, Memorial Day, to have the stickers. There was always the intention when we went this way that we would put all the stickers, because we had 3 sets. We had marina, transfer station, and beaches, all on separate dates. So we wanted to have them all coincide to one date. But Solid Waste and approval, Solid Waste Commission had to approve the change in their policy, which Mike had to bring before them. He did bring that before them in June of 2013. They held a public hearing and changed the dates from July to June in order to coincide with our calendar year.
July to December.
July to,
Yeah.
well, it was the July to June, but they would carry around.
Yeah.
As mentioned, in 2010, in December of 2010, that's when we started selling the 2011 sticker. And the reason for this is you can't renew online an active sticker, so we have to, so the sticker is still good for the month of December if you go to the transfer station, Mike, the people just see a 2000 sticker, 2012 or whatever it was, 2013, and they permitted them in. It is important to note, however, that 2010 sticker that we were selling was being accepted at the transfer station until July of 2011, thus providing the residents the use of the transfer station on that sticker anywhere between 13 and 18 months of usage, depending on when they purchased their sticker. This was also true for 2012. This year, we implemented the, I'll call it a drop dead date going forward. All stickers are now being sold on the calendar year with a start date of January. We sell them in the month of December, so you have that time. There's an overlap. The 213 has a grace period this year to February 15th. And Mike in Solid Waste has done that. After this date, all users would need a 2014 sticker. That will expire in December of 2014. Now, on our receipts, if you've renewed online or you bought it, renewed online, because usually we just hand you the sticker. It's always had on there a start date and an expiration date, not on the sticker itself, but on your receipt. A lot of people didn't read it. Some people would read it and say, boy, how come this expires in November? And we say, it's good through December, or good, they'll still accept it down at the transfer station till X date. We have implemented this primarily to spread out the time, to get everybody on one one expiration date. And the majority of people that need the stickers are for the beaches. That's when we have our greatest rush. We did a poor job of communicating this to the public, and that's one reason we wanted to be here, because we knew we could get it out to them. However, my staff in January, beginning of January, sent out 12,000 emails, okay? Because we have 15,000 households listed in our, of people in our database. 12,000, almost 13,000, 12,008 we sent out, had email addresses in our database, and we notified them of the change. To date, for the month of January, and these aren't all transfer station users. We just wanted beach people to know you can buy it, etc. We've renewed 5,200 stickers to date. Over 80% online. Okay. We've had some people question, well, my sticker should be good until May because I paid, my $20. And we thought of that, but since we've given them past history of, they bought a sticker in May, they had until July, they really got basically 14 months of usage of when they did it. Most people, when they looked at their stickers and call, they've either bought them online in April, but they're thinking in their head they needed it for May. But we go back, when we do get some comments or feedback, we see when they bought their stickers. And we know that we sold, about 1,000 in July. But those were for the beaches. Okay, it's usually around July 4th. So we just wanted to share that with you, because I'm sure that you would get some feedback from the public, as we have. There was always going to be a time frame that people would think that they're not getting what they paid for. And we didn't want to say, okay, it's good until May, but now you buy a $20 sticker and it ends in December. So if they buy their beach sticker, it's good for the transfer station and the beaches and the marina until December of each year. And it's always this first year that's going to be some feedback. Both positive and, I got to admit, we have had some very positive comments also, because people say, well, it's about time, because the public gets confused as to when you have 3 different dates out there. So,
Okay, so basically, you're now syncing these up so that the transfer station and the beach permits work on the same dates, same year,
Right.
roughly January 1 to December 31st, maybe terminating November, so you have that December month to,
yes, the sticker, if you get a 2014 sticker, it's good until January 1 of
2015?
2015.
Okay.
Now, I am sure that there'll probably be a little bit of a grace period, but the goal is to have a January 1. We're not going to have a 6-month grace period, okay? But that will be, and it'll be weaned off as we move forward.
And you're also saying historically, because we've been using the beach sticker process and permitting system to handle the transfer station, and because they were on different years, in essence, the transfer station people potentially were getting from 12 to 18 months for the same amount. Now, if they bought it every month or every year in the same month, then they got 12 months worth.
They got 12 months.
But they potentially get up to 18 month, which was kind of a manual adjustment to the system.
Right.
So
They actually got 20
the
months.
bottom line is nobody has paid for 12 months and gotten less than 12 months.
That's correct.
Okay.
Although they'll feel as though they are this year, because if they bought it in May, and they only have until February 15th to use it, or as our first notice went out, January 31st. But we have extended it to the 15th of February. And the reason we did that is we also have to get our marinas and everything else ready, so we, went to that date. So, and, it's a $20 sticker for residents, and it's $10 for seniors, okay, for the year. So,
Any questions?
Yeah, go ahead, please.
Just thank you for the clarification. It's different this year, and I think it's largely that people are using, as you said, it's a beach sticker. It's not a transfer station sticker. I'll tell you my story. I actually was driving down to, I wasn't driving, actually, I was riding to the transfer station and realizing I saw something about the change and I hadn't heard about it, so I called the first selectman's office, and actually the first selectman answered the phone to answer my question. And I said, this is, if I'm confused about this, I'm sure that other residents are as well. One thing that I would just ask is that you would indeed provide a grace period for next year as well, maybe the first week or 2 weeks, simply because the majority of people do think beach, and that's when they're getting their sticker. December is such a crazy month with holidays and all that, so I think it would be, it's not a natural trigger for people to think, so it'll take a couple years. I will also give credit to the people at the transfer station who, as soon as I went to the window, made sure that we were aware that the new sticker would be needed by the end of the month. So, and then actually, the reality is it's by February 15th.
Yeah, I just point out or clarify, that's more of a transfer station issue than a beach sticker issue, because we only check beach stickers from Memorial Day to Labor Day.
Yes.
So in essence, you
I
have
was
a
not-
5-month grace period.
For the beach.
For the beach.
For the beach, yes,
Right.
yes.
In the
Not
past,
for the-
what we've
thank
done,
you.
I'm sorry. In the past, what we've done is we've given the residents the month of July to get the past June 30th sticker, the expired sticker, the next month of July to get the permits. We're going to do that also, so the residents will have the month of January to get it.
That's your grace period.
Yes. Great.
So we've got that covered.
Anything else, or Mr. Kyle?
No, I think you've answered my question. So the net is, the beach sticker, or the sticker I bought to go to the beach last May, technically expired December 31st of 13, but I can still go to the transfer station with it until February 15th.
that is correct.
Yes.
Thank
And
you.
the sticker that you were using before May was actually expired, but we let it go through.
Understood.
So
So thank you for that. Sure.
Okay. And, but you can get your sticker tonight
Online.
online.
See, now I know that.
I wrote it down, what to do.
Hey, I'm one of the 5,000 that did it already.
He was.
See?
All
Okay.
right, any further questions?
No.
All right,
Thanks,
gentlemen,
guys.
thank you
Thank
very
you.
much.
Scott,
Go right ahead.
is that yours?
All right, Kevin, do you want to take a bit of a break, or do you just want to? Okay. All right, next up, an item from the fire chief to hear an update on the fire equipment replacement plan. Chief, I'm going to ask you to walk very slowly because I want to give Mr. Kiley time to come back in before you start talking.
I was going to start off with the vote. Is that all right?
No.
No? Okay.
Would we have the vote?
Yes.
I'm sorry, yes
That
it
is
is, I'm sorry.
Yes.
I'm sorry,
Vote?
I apologize.
Oh, it's okay.
Chief, you are correct.
Once in a while, right? No, okay.
But, and again, if I could ask you just pause and just
Yeah,
Mr.
no,
Kiley
no,
has
no.
time to come back. And then, let me officially read this, and so we can have a motion and a second before the chief begins filling us in. This is an item from the fire chief. To hear, consider, and act upon a request from the fire chief to accept a 2008 Firebrand 28, a firefighting marine vessel, being offered to the town by the city of Bridgeport at no cost to the town. May I have a motion to accept?
So moved.
A second.
Second.
All right. Chief Fellner, if you would take it away.
Okay, thank you, and thanks for having us here to present this. You took some of the words out of my mouth, Mike, about accepting this. But we worked hard on it. Just to give you a little background, Bridgeport had this fireboat. The value of the boat right now is about $400,000, approximately. All right? They put in for a grant, which they didn't think they were going to get. They did get the grant. Now they had another boat. All right? They cannot sell this boat. They can't do anything. They have to give it to another community. There were several communities that really wanted that, but Chief Rooney in Bridgeport gave me first choice on this particular vessel, this rescue fire vessel. We met with him, we looked at the boat, and et cetera, et cetera. And again, it was of absolutely no cost to us. Homeland Security does give us funds towards this, which you will explain to you by my Marine officer. So at this time, we also discussed this with the Fire Commission. They supported it, just so you know. We kept them in the loop. We had a slide presentation for them and so forth. So they're not in the dark. Everyone's not in the dark on this, and we came to Mr. Tetro and his staff and talked about this with Mr. Mayor and got numbers down and tried to put figures together. So at this time, my Marine officer is Lieutenant Roger Case, who worked very, very hard on this. He knows about Marine Division. He knows about the waters and the rescues and everything else. He's trained on this. So at this time, I'm sure you're going to have a lot of questions for him that he can well answer them better than I can. All right? I had an 18-foot boat, and that was about it that I know. So at this time, Lieutenant Case, if you would come up here, please. And I handed out, all of you have this here, okay?
Chief, was this the slide presentation that you did for the commission? Is that what this is?
Yes, we gave a slide presentation.
Chief, if you could come on the podium just so that...
We had a slide presentation that we gave to the commission, but with the time that went on, the little time lapse, we updated this because we did more on, looking at the boat, checking this out, checking that out. And again, Lieutenant Case will explain all that to you. So this is the most recent update on the fire rescue boat.
Thank you.
Good evening. As the chief said, I'm Lieutenant Case. I'm the Marine officer with the fire department, and I was tasked with putting together the information that you have before you.
You could speak up just a little.
Excuse me, I was tasked to put in the information you have before you to make a decision as to whether Fairfield will accept this marine firefighting asset from the city of Bridgeport. The booklet you have in front of you would be the PowerPoint. We don't have the ability to display that in this room. In the interest of brevity, I'm going to go through the slides a little bit and explain some of the things, our history as to our marine operations and where we're looking to go. Basically, our mission is to get out in the water rapidly and rescue any persons in distress or be able to extinguish any fires on vessels. We currently don't have firefighting capabilities in Long Island Sound. Our I'll go to the next slide. Our current vessels that we have are illustrated in a photograph. The one on the left, we acquired in 2004 through a donation through the Rotary Club, I believe. And that is an inflatable raft with a small outboard motor on it. It gave us the ability to get out on the water and start to effect rescues. But it left us in a difficult position in that we didn't have protection for ourselves or our victims once we got them onto our boat. The next vessel that we had from there is the 2007 boat that you see on the right. A little more suited to Long Island Sound. It's a very durable craft, being that it's a rigid hull, fiberglass, as opposed to an inflatable raft. Anybody who's been in the waters off of Fairfield can tell you about the reef, they can tell you about Sunken Island, they can tell you about the cows, and they can tell you a raft is a very difficult thing to navigate those with. So the rigid hull gave us the ability to get into those areas where our visitors and community members do get into trouble throughout the years. Although it is an upgrade for us, it is still not a boat that gives us any protection from the elements or any of the patients or victims that we bring on board protection from the elements. Just a couple specifications on the next page that give you some of the breakdown of the vessels. But what's important on this slide is to understand that the limitations on those two vessels are no more than 5 feet of wave action or 25 miles an hour of wind, which during storms, we certainly exceed that. And we have had call to be out on the water where we couldn't actually go to help somebody. We had to rely on other agencies such as the Coast Guard. They're an hour away. So it's not something that we wanted to continue with, and we now have this opportunity to move into the future. And the boat that we have the chance to acquire here is a 28-foot aluminum-hulled firefighting vessel. It's capable of operating 365 days a year, and it's capable of operating in very aggressive sea conditions. It's got a heated interior cabin space, which not only will protect the personnel that are operating on the vessel, but it has a patient care berth in it where we can actually begin advanced life support on anybody that we pick up out of the water. Certainly, hypothermia is a very serious concern for anybody who's been in the water for any time. But injuries that people sustain in these collisions, I'm sure you can imagine that they can be quite severe. On land, we talk about a golden hour, where we take a person from the point of impact to the point where they're on an operating table, and that's their greatest chance of survivability. The same golden hour applies to marine operations, but we've now been able to shorten that by giving advanced life support as soon as we get that person into our boat. The boat is equipped with a 1,500 gallon per minute pump, which is the same as our fire apparatus that you see going in and out, of the stations to calls every day. In addition to the ability to fight fires in the marine environment, it also gives us the ability to give a sustainable water supply to our homes on Fairfield Beach Road. If you remember, in the aftermath of Hurricane Sandy, we did not have water supply to Fairfield Beach Road from Reef Road to the dead end. The mains had shifted in the ground. If you look to our neighbors in Long Island and Breezy Point, there's a very good illustration as to what happens when you don't have water and you get a fire in a situation like that. That boat gives us the ability to supply land-based fire apparatus as well. It allows us to do that through the interior cabin of the boat. So our firefighters are not exposed to toxic fumes and gases from burning fiberglass, which is extremely toxic, from fuels such as gasoline, diesel fuel, hydraulic oils that any of these vessels carry, not to mention any of the commercial carriers that go through Long Island Sound and any of the cargo that they might have on board. A few slides in, you can see a breakdown as to the interior layout and specifications of the boat. I just want to draw your attention to the patient care area, which is on the left side of the boat in the cabin. You're almost there. There you go. The, one of the other aspects of operations that we would be able to do with this asset is hazardous materials responses in Long Island Sound. Whenever there's a crash of a boat, there's normally a spill of a fuel. Typically, right now, we don't have a way to mitigate that fuel spill. We kind of rely on Mother Nature and the sun and, the ocean to evaporate it or make it change state from what it is. With this boat, it has engines that are powerful enough for us to be able to deploy what's called sea boom. And there's a picture of that a little further down. It kind of looks like a yellow rope line being paid out behind the boat. It's actually 18 to 24 inches deep in the water, and it allows us to capture a spill where it is, contain it, and mitigate it. That protects our sea life, our shell beds, and makes our area of the beach much more environmentally friendly. Marine rescue is certainly a huge component of what we do. And in order to do that, this boat has advanced electronics. It gives us the ability to use something called forward-looking infrared, which gives us the ability to see at night. Bodies in the water, boats in the water. A heat signature will give us a very quick picture as to where our target is. That, combined with radar, the sonar and depth finding capabilities on this boat, would give us the ability to operate in very low visibility conditions. Fog, heavy rain, extreme darkness, or low light with no moon conditions. Very difficult and dangerous to navigate without advanced electronics. And the next few slides just display some of those electronics that are on there. And on the very last page, there's a picture. You might see a helicopter in there, the one on the left. And if you look extreme left, you'll notice something that we carry on our patch. That is Penfield Light. And that photograph was taken in 1945 with the first civilian rescue off of Penfield Reef by a helicopter. Came from Sikorsky, flew over and plucked a couple of sailors off a barge that got caught up on our reef.
Thank you very much.
Thanks.
Thorough presentation. Any questions from the board?
Thank you for the presentation, and I appreciate this, both this as well as the background material that was provided in our packet as well. And I found that very helpful in terms of talking about this, looking at the projected operating expenses going forward and the training pieces. I appreciate that quite a bit, and clearly a lot of work went into that analysis and the presentation, so thank you. One of the questions that I have is, you, police and fire, work together so well and so often, and if you can just explain a little bit about the compatibility or the different types of services that might be provided, the police boat, the fire boat. Obviously, you're doing life-saving work, and I recognize, but how do the divisions work together, the police, marine?
An excellent question. The police department, their mission is more law enforcement and compliance. They will also perform rescue work as well. If you could like their vessel to a police car on land, it is set up to do that type of work. It does not have the ability to fight fires. It does not have patient care areas built into it. It could drag sea boom, but if they're not familiar with that operation, it would be difficult to do. What's more important to me is to note is that I have been in very close contact with the Marine Division of our police department, and we are establishing a mission together where we will respond to incidents on the water as we do now together, but we'll have a more capable platform to do that work with, a safer platform. If we talk about it in the understanding of a vehicle accident on land, the police department comes and they secure the area, and they'll do any investigation. The fire department will show up and mitigate any hazards and initiate any life safety issues and patient care. And the ambulance service will come and they will provide advanced life support and transport to a hospital. 3 very different but very important functions that are combined together seamlessly because we practice together and we go on thousands of those calls. If you take that same accident and you put it in the middle of Long Island Sound, you've now limited the amount of players in that arena. And for the police department to go out and try to effect a rescue on their own, they are in an extremely hazardous area with no provision for their rescue. The fire department and police department working together would not only give that other layer of safety, but it would give that extra hand that's needed to take care of the issues. If it's a boat that's involved in a crash, there's people that need to be treated, there's property that needs to be treated, there's an accident that needs to be investigated, and they need to be done in a timely fashion. By having the mutual response, we're able to take care of those things all at the same time.
Thank you for that. And as a follow-up, in terms of training, obviously, in fact, in the documentation, some of the Marine training would be similar to what the police department goes through. Will you be working together with them at all in terms of getting folks trained, or is that going to be just independently outsourced?
That is a current practice. Every year, we visit the local hazards off of Fairfield with the police department. We tour the areas that are dangerous, so the very low depth areas, the cows, the sunken island, the spindle, where all the navigation buoys are. And we go with them, they take their vessel, we take ours, and we navigate those together. And that's a confidence builder as well, because each agency wants to know that the other agency is there to help them and competent to do so. So training together is something that we're very focused on, and we have been doing and will continue to.
Great. Thank you.
Yes.
For now.
Mr. Cotter?
Please. Thank you. This looks like a wonderful acquisition for our town and for the fire safety of our waters and our joint protection of the Sound. So thank you for all your hard work. Something that caught my eye, you touched on it briefly. Could you just go back to it and help me understand how this vessel would be able to pump or provide water to the land?
Yes, the vessel itself has, as I mentioned, the fire pump in it.
Right.
It has discharges on there that we're able to hook hoses to and extend out. So the ability for us to take our supply lines that we use on our fire apparatus on land and bring them out to that discharge on the boat is there.
Okay.
We can now supply 1,500 gallons per minute to a pumper on the land.
Okay. So it's like, it's the same hose that you would use on the truck, and you would get that hose into the water 1,500 feet out or so and be able to pump water in?
However long it needed to be, yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's really a great asset to have. For
It's a huge asset.
Yeah.
I believe in the, there is an aerial photograph of Fairfield Beach Road, and the first time I saw those photographs, I said, I would never live there, it's a peninsula, and you know, when you realize
Yeah.
how very little
Yeah.
land there is in between the
Right.
creek and the sound, you go, wow, that's not much. So whenever we do have extreme flooding and storms, that gets washed over quite a bit. And it's, you know, it's a challenge to our residents that live down there, and we want to be able to protect them better.
Right. And getting your guys trained on, you know, getting that hose laid and getting that in place is potentially part of this training cost that you put in here. Those are the types of things that would be
No,
part of that training, or no?
No, sir. The training costs that are in here are for advanced training in navigation,
On the
instrumentation,
boat itself?
on any boat,
Okay.
not just this boat.
Okay.
But the ability to navigate without instrumentation at night
Right.
is huge. We have to plan on systems not working. If we deploy and we're confident that our radar is going to bring us back and our GPS is going to bring us back in the same track that we went out on,
Right.
and we lose it,
Right.
there's going to be a problem. So this training gives us the ability to educate ourselves in advanced navigation.
Okay, good. Just one last follow-up. I haven't closed the loop on the hose yet. How does the hose, can you tell me how the hose gets from the ground, the truck, the beach, wherever, to the boat? Do you have to get the boat in really close and?
We would get close enough, and then rope would be used to go from land to boat, and then the hose is tied to the rope and pulled to
And
the
you pull
boat.
that through?
Yes, sir.
That would be interesting to see. Yeah. Really, okay, thank you.
Okay.
Roger, did you touch on Homeland Security giving us funds for that?
In the sustainability of this vessel, Fairfield is fortunate enough to be in the Bridgeport Area Marine Security Group. That group is a regional asset, working in close relationship with the Coast Guard. They are able to get grant funding, which is currently secured, for sustainment of all marine assets purchased through Homeland Security or grant funds. The current money available is $128,000 through the end of fiscal year 2014. There's additional funds of $606,000 through the fiscal year end 2015. This is not, we are going to apply for a grant and see if we get it. The grants have been awarded. What you apply for at this point is whether your request relates to sustainability of your vessel.
Okay. Good, thank you for that. I'm good.
Follow up on that. So does that Homeland Security funding apply to police and fire in total? And is that simply fire? Do you work together with that? How does that work?
It is for any community in that response group. So the police department is in there as well. The fire department is in there, the police department is in there. We just don't have equipment that was purchased with Homeland Security monies from the fire department. The police department currently enjoys that.
Which we will get now.
Correct.
Thank you. Which I'll repeat since you weren't at the microphone and the chief said, which we will get now. So that's,
Well, seeing that we have the.
Chief, you need to be on the mic.
I'm sorry, Mike.
We can hear you.
Okay. Yes, what it is now that will be part of that we have that fire rescue boat, yes, they will fund us, will be part of that. Because right now, we don't have that. So, and just to let you know, we do work very, very well with the police department as a team. I just want you to know that. When they go out and train, we go out and train with them, and vice versa. And we always send a medical person, because we're all EMTs, first responders, with the police boat. So you'll know that.
thank you.
All right. A couple more questions, if I might. Timing.
Go ahead,
When
Mike.
when would, if this is approved, how soon do we take possession? And what are the steps that have to happen before we take
I
possession?
think I better answer that. Well, right now, they don't want anyone to get excited. The boat is at the Fairfield Marina, and Bridgeport moved their new boat in to
We're
Bridgeport.
not charging them too much rent for that, right?
No. I was afraid that someone was going to see it down there. It's got Bridgeport Fire Department on that. It's only parked there. They come out and check it on a regular basis with Lieutenant Case, who I appointed in charge of my Marine Division. He's up on that. So it is parked there. How fast can we get this moving? Tomorrow, as soon as you approve it. It's ready to go.
Yeah.
Bridgeport is waiting for us.
Any steps or inspection of the vessel that need to take place before we take ownership to make sure that we're getting goods that are in good shape?
Yes, I know you asked us for this. We are in the process. Bridgeport had this checked out, but we want to do that. And right as we speak, Lieutenant Case, within the last few days, his contact. Go ahead, ma'am.
My thought would be that it'd be better for the buyer to check it out than the seller to check it out.
Absolutely. We certainly want to be responsible with what we're asking the town to do, even though it's a no-cost item. Sometimes no-cost items do cost money. What you're referring to is what's called a marine survey. And I have contacted the marine surveyor. He is able to do that for us next week. There is a small expense to it. He referred to somewhere around a $600 fee to provide that service. much better than taking a risk on something that might not be suited to what we believe it to be.
We tried to get that done, Mike, for tonight, for the Board of Selectmen. They just couldn't, with the weather and all, they couldn't do it.
Yep, not a problem. Just wanted to kind of know what the steps were as we go through that. With respect to costs, there are two numbers. One is $47,000 approximately over 5 years, so about $10,000 a year you're estimating in terms of operating and maintenance costs?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and that's pre-grant or pre any additional money. Would any of the grant money go towards that number in terms
Those
of
would
reducing
be
that?
normal operating, fuel, routine maintenance like oil changes, those things like that. Those are not recoverable through a grant.
Okay,
Items that would be recoverable through a grant would be an engine repair or a radio upgrade, a lighting issue, something like that that is not a routine part of ownership.
okay. You mentioned radios. There's been a lot of discussion in recent budget years about the upgrading radios and also the ability to communicate with several municipalities around here when there's a joint event or incident that we're responding to. Are the radio systems in this boat upgraded to the standard that we need to, or we're going to have to upgrade those?
They are in line to be upgraded. What you're speaking of, if I understand you correctly, what you're speaking about is what's called the
You probably
UASI
understand
radio
more about what I
program.
asked than I do, so.
It's part of the Blue Wave comm system that's being established, and UASI radios are an encrypted frequency that is to be used between all agencies, municipal agencies on the water. So, in other words, your recreational boater, your commercial boater, they wouldn't have access to those frequencies and be able to transmit or receive.
Gotcha.
It gives interoperability between Coast Guard, City of Bridgeport assets, Town of Fairfield assets, City of Norwalk assets, all have the ability to intercommunicate with that radio system. That grant has been established. The actual installation and disbursement of that grant is in the process.
So what you're suggesting is that as much as this radio system will need to be upgraded in order to meet that capability or standard, it's anticipated that a grant will cover the cost for that, so that won't be an expense to the town,
That's correct.
as best you can tell at this point.
That's correct.
Okay. On the training side, there's $11,000 and change for training. Does that cover the cost or tuition of training, or and what happens with the backfill on that? How does that work in terms of the people that go to the training? Do we have to replace them?
Very
back
good
here?
question. The training that we want to send our personnel to, it's referred to as OUPV, Operator of Uninspected Passenger Vehicles for water. It's a Coast Guard program. It runs 6 days, 10 hours a day, and that's the Advanced Navigation, Advanced Boat Operation class. The actual cost of delivering that program is covered by a grant. There is no expense for the delivery of the program. Norwalk Fire Department is the fiduciary of that grant, and they arrange for all the training to take place. The number that you see there is the cost of sending our personnel to that class. It is not being held in Fairfield, it is being held off-site at Norwalk's Fire Department. In order to send our personnel there, if they're scheduled to be on duty, they either have to be backfilled or they're going to be paid to attend that training. Now, with that training, the town is going to receive the benefit of them acting as the trainers for the remaining fire department. 4 personnel we would like to train. We have 4 platoons. Each trainer would come back, train their platoon on duty to no additional cost.
So just to be clear, are those down, of that 11,000, how much of that is basically going for salaries? And is that the salary of the person going to the training, or is that the salary of the person backfilling?
The number there is for salary. There is no,
So just, it's wages one form or another?
Correct.
Is it paying the person to go to the class or paying for the backfill at this end or both?
It could be both. If the person is scheduled to be on duty on the class days, then it will pay to backfill them. If they're off duty on the class days, it will pay to send them to the class. It'll be their salary for attending the class.
Okay, so, okay. Going back to one of Mr. Kiley's questions about kind of, well, a little bit of Mr. Kiley's question, a little bit different. You mentioned Storm Sandy. You know, that was a very real concern when we shut down electricity, we shut down the water, and we had our discussion with Southern Connecticut Gas about shutting down the gas
Yes,
to
we did.
Fairfield Beach Road, which eventually they listened to our request. Given that, and again, thinking of Breezy Point, which is a very real image, I think burned into all of our minds, forgive the pun there. Will this boat, with its, I'm going to call it one hose, I don't know how you refer to the stream of water, is that,
Or 5-inch.
It has a large monitor on top that can be operated without any hose, and it has the ability to extend hose or stretch hose to the land.
okay, but I'm looking at it, but it can, this were Storm Sandy, we basically spraying water from the boat onto land. Am I correct?
If,
If needed.
Because we couldn't get the equipment down
Correct.
Fairfield Beach Road, so there'd be no way to get there. How close does this have to be to shore to reach? And can we get access to the shoreline through all of that? Where I'm trying to get to is, does this reach 100% of our shoreline?
if we have unobstructed access to the shoreline, we can get within 2 feet of draft, 2 feet of water between the sand on the bottom and the wave action to shore. So even in the event that the monitor on the top of the vessel won't be able to reach, we can still stretch hose from the boat into the inland, if you will, to
Oh, and then-
accomplish
Okay,
that.
so then, in essence, use the fire boat as a fire truck. Forgive
If-
my
yeah,
simplistic
the-
analogy here.
The fire truck can't access due to high water.
Yep.
The fire boat can.
Right, but then the fire boat would be basically a water source, used much like a fire truck. You'd run the hose from that to the structure in the fire.
It can, yeah, that's
Yeah,
one
I
of the
realize
missions.
that's not the technical way you'd say it, but for us non-firefighters.
It makes sense to me.
It becomes a pumper.
All right.
Yes.
Pretty much.
Basically,
Yeah.
yeah. There's a deluge gun on it, which we can,
Yeah.
you know.
And then Fairfield Beach Road is certainly, because we've got the creek side as well as the sound side in terms of getting, can we reach all the houses there? Can we reach kind of to the middle of the peninsula, if you will?
On the creek, we can get in the creek, yeah. We had a boat on fire in the creek not long ago.
Not a boat on fire, can we get to the middle of
But to the-
Fairfield
to the
Beach Road
homes,
to the houses?
We can get over on the canal.
And I guess if you're running the hose across from the boat to land, then that gives you the flexibility. to
Unless
get-
there's a shoal that's washed across the inlet to the creek, we can get around into the creek side, especially with
Gotcha.
heavy flooding.
Okay. Are there any other coast areas that present a unique problem like Fairfield Beach Road from your standpoint in terms of being able to get fire support to a house on fire?
Well, the South Pine Creek area, we could get in that canal along all of Fairfield Beach Road, right down to, the Jennings Beach Road area, even though there's no homes right on the beach there. It can go in.
Two things. One, Old Dam Road and the homes on it kind of get forgotten about a lot when we talk about who's on the water, but they're on the other side of the creek. Those homes can be reached with this boat as well. Whereas, if we have a washout of Old Dam Road, we're not going to get fire apparatus down there, and we all know it's in the middle of the marsh.
Yep.
Secondarily, something that's, there's a lot of property value to is the boats that are in the marina itself. For us to fight a fire at the marina is extremely difficult. Water supply is limited to whatever hydrant you can get, and then extending the lines down the dock and trying to fight a fire off a moving dock is very dangerous. A marine asset eliminates that. It allows you to get close enough, extinguish, and operate in a much safer environment.
Now, this boat is currently owned by Bridgeport. How often have they used it in the last year?
That's a good question. I really don't have the information to tell you how many times they've gone on marine calls, on what they've used it for. What I can tell you is I did some research back into Fairfield's responses, and we have a little over 70 water-related responses in the last few years. Take away the inland water responses, and we have a little, close to 40 that involved Long Island Sound. 3 of them were boat fires. 15 of them were persons in distress. And between 16 and 20 were boaters in distress that either collided with the cows, collided with Sunken Island, or had a mechanical breakdown and were adrift. They came at all different times, all different seasons, all different conditions. We responded to all of them. We took risks where they were appropriate. This vessel would allow us to operate in a much safer environment.
Okay. So you see this being used on, unfortunately, I guess I should say, on a frequent basis, if not a regular basis?
I believe so.
Okay.
As long as we have recreational boats, we're going to have accidents in our waters.
Okay. Thank you. Any further questions from the board? Good. Since this is a voting item, any questions from the public or comments? Actually, any comments, I guess I should say. Seeing none, back to the board. Any further discussion at this point?
Yes, I mean, I don't have any further questions or comments for the folks from the fire department, and thank you. Just, I think, to note, this item, from a procedural standpoint, it's not required necessarily that it come before I'm, in terms of accepting it. And there have been other times, I think, that as a town, we have had assets, but I just, from a procedural standpoint, am I right in that assumption that that this is on the agenda so that we can have a thorough discussion and formally accept it, but it's not necessarily
Yeah, there's been,
required.
I'm going to say, a lack of clarity perhaps in the past. In talking with the town attorney, one could make an argument, I think, that it could be just accepted by the town without it coming before the Board of Selectmen. It seemed to make sense, though, because of the nature of this, that it just come before the Board of Selectmen. I couldn't come up with a reason not to have our discussion, and hopefully we can reach an agreement as to what we should do, but it just seemed to make sense to do that. It would,
Just-
Does it need to go beyond the Board of Finance and the RTM, or not?
I don't believe so. I think it's just us.
Just
Jen, do
us?
you remember?
I had the same question, so.
Okay.
We'll confirm that, but I
Okay.
believe at this point, I believe it's just the Board of Selectmen.
Okay.
But I'll confirm that again, because that was the topic of discussion, and for us to have that.
And I guess this is not for this item necessarily, but just in general, I think that, that there are times that we, in various departments, I think, may have the opportunity that department heads or the first selectman in conversation to accept various items. And I think it's helpful to have this kind of conversation. This has been incredibly informative. I think it helps the public know, what work is going on, and that we're being clear about the fact that, as you said up front, Lieutenant Case, which I think was great, is that to acquire this is not, well, there are limited costs, right? We're going to pay for an inspection, but very minor. There are some ongoing operational expenses, and just for us to be clear about that and to have that conversation, I think is helpful in any case. So I'm glad that this has been brought forward. I think this has been very thorough and helpful in the process.
Yeah, just to build on that, I think the reason for asking about the usage, what Bridgeport did, what we did with it, and you went on to describe where we might have used this in the past, which I found very helpful. I think we all did. Because one of the questions is always, is this just another toy for the fire department? Do you guys really need this? Is this, and I think that you did a good job in terms of stepping through both from our recent past and Storm Sandy, and just so everybody's clear, this was a real discussion during Storm Sandy. In the EOC, we were very worried about fire breaking out, and we realized that if fire had broken out on Fairfield Beach Road, on that peninsula, after we'd shut off gas, electric, and water, and given the roadway was flooded over, both with water and sand, Do you remember it took us a few days to let the water get out before we get down and get the sand out so we could access to that? There was absolutely no way that we would have to fight those fires. And we would have had our own little version of Breezy Point. So I think that's one of the things in very recent memory. We all hope it never happens again. We all hope that this is never used in that regard. But I'd rather have it and never use it than if this had been a year ago, need it and not have it. So thank you for being creative in how to look at this and approach this. And I think that you're right, we want to have this discussion out in the open. So again, it's on Fair TV, it's out there for our residents to see and hear and understand that this is not just another toy for the fire department, that in fact this is a piece of equipment, an apparatus that increases our service levels and makes our community safer in that regard. So any further questions? Are we ready to vote?
Yes.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Thank you. And
Thanks,
we will
guys.
get back and clarify the process from here, so we're all aware.
Reckons
Jeff, we can make sure we still-
that might or might not hold you up, right?
I don't know. Just a second.
Might not.
Yep.
Yeah. Good.
Thank you. Very
Thank
good
you very
presentation. All right, next up. All right, to hear from the fire chief. Now I'm catching up with you, chief.
Oh, you catch up with me, that's okay. I just wanted to let you know that...
If I can finish, unless you're talking about the fireboat.
No, I just wanted to thank Roger Case for the time and the effort that he put in. He was about my office every day, keeping me up to date on this and different things I wanted. After talking with Mr. Tetro, different things he wanted, and he really did a marvelous job in answering every question also that Mr. Mayor wanted, as far as numbers are concerned. So he worked very hard on it, and I want to make everyone aware of that and say thank you. Job well done.
All right. Jen, to answer your question, yes, it would be a good chance to get Mr. Mayor at this point. Next item up, item 9, again from the fire chief, to hear an update on the fire equipment replacement plan. Just let me position this for the board. We're going to get a non-recurring request in a little bit for 2 additional pieces of fire equipment. The chief referenced this and those pieces of apparatus in reference to the fire department equipment replacement plan. So I thought it would be good for us to get an update on that plan in advance of stepping into the topic. So that's what brings us to this point.
Yep. We have a vehicle replacement program, which I put out every year since I've been chief, and we pretty much kept up on that, on the replacement plan. But right now, we sort of haven't been following that, and I have 2 vehicles right now that are going on almost 20 years old. They don't meet the NFPA standards. So again, we put this together, and I appointed a truck committee, as I have in the past, for rescue trucks and everything else, to do research on this, okay? Assistant Chief Bisson is chairman. He worked along with Deputy Chief Reed on this, on our apparatus replacement. They went to a different program. I know in the beginning, we asked for a ladder truck, if you remember. Well, after meeting with this committee, and they did research on it, we came up with something less and a lot money less, too. And again, I'm going to let Assistant Chief Bisson explain that to you, because down at the beach, these homes are so close, we reversed our operations the way we have it for a ladder truck because of the fact we wouldn't get a 100-foot aerial ladder truck in there. And just to explain to you, if you don't know, a lot of individuals will ask, we have a 100-foot aerial, where's a 100-foot building? It's not a 100-foot building, it's the angle of reach. We're out in the road, we've got to go in X number of feet, 75, 100 feet. So they came up with a plan, came back to me, and I thought it was a great plan. We saved a lot of money, which they came up with. We are in a process, I won't say that it went through, but we might, that I have been working on, and Mr. Tetro's aware of it, be getting some money, hopefully, towards some apparatus. I don't know if it's going through yet. I will say yes, unless if something happens, and we've worked very hard on this, and we worked along with Mr. Tetro on this to get this money, and it's not It's quite a bit of money. Mike, and I just wanted to bring that up. If it works, honestly, it's a home run, and it's going to save us lots of money. So at this time, we broke everything down for you with pictures and so forth and so on. Assistant Chief Bisson, who worked along with the Deputy Chief on this, and the rest of the committee, I had a committee of 6, 7 people, did research, extensive research on this, and came up with this. So I'd like you to follow him along in the different steps and let Scott, Assistant Chief Bisson, explain this to you step by step. I am up on it, but they did the real crutch of the work and reported back to me. I like their ideas, I approve their ideas, and from there we went forward. So at this time, Scott, I'll be up here with you. If you please get up and explain some of this, okay?
Good evening. I was going to say good afternoon, but it's
moving on.
later. My name's Assistant Chief Scott Bisson. I'm the Chief of Operations for the Fire Department. I also serve as the Chairman of the Apparatus Design Committee. A lot of this work doesn't happen in a vacuum. There's a lot of people that put a lot of effort into it, including our planning officer, Assistant Chief Sherwood, our master mechanic, Rich Demko, collecting the data and getting it all compiled for you. You have 2 documents in front of you tonight for your review. The first one I'll go over is the vehicle replacement plan. This is a program that we've been doing since about 1995 when we took delivery of 2 of the trucks that we want to replace tonight, actually. This will project from 2014 to 2025 what we anticipate our future apparatus purchase needs for the town. The second document that I'll go through is actually outlining exactly what our immediate needs are, and that is the 2 trucks that Mr. Tetro spoke about that we will need to replace. The first thing I'd like to just mention to you as we start talking about, because I know these boards, the Board of Finance, the RTM, have heard discussions about we need to replace engine 1, and then a couple years later they hear, oh, we need to replace engine 1. We have 2 different ways that we refer to apparatus. We refer to them by their assignment, which could be engine 1, ladder 2, car 3. And we refer to them by a lifetime service number. And it's basically a VIN number that we assign in the fire department when a truck is delivered, and that number never changes. So when a 1995 fire pumper or engine is delivered, it was assigned LSN 07. For the past 19 years, that number never changed. But that truck has been assigned as engine 4, it's been engine 6, then it was reassigned as engine 4. So just so we understand, I know there's a lot of different numbers. I've really tried to go off through here and simplify and streamline some of it for the layperson, because I'll go into Chief Fellner's office and talk about the pump and something eroding on it, and we understand that you don't always understand what we're trying to say. So we've tried to make it so we can have an intelligent conversation about it. If you just start with on page 2 at the table of contents, very briefly, the very first part we talk about is the introduction of the program and the types of fire apparatus and their function. I actually heard it tonight. I was proud to hear Mr. Kiley say, talk about a pumper and how the fireboat could be considered the pumper on the water, and that's absolutely true. We refer to trucks by their function. So an engine has very specific functions. A ladder has very specific functions. Not only the people assigned to it, but the tools and the capabilities that those trucks have. So and similar to the military, we divide our functions by certain components of what the truck is capable of doing, and we make our tactical assignments that way. I do, for your reading pleasure, a little background and significance. I do provide some statistics about the current age of our fleet as of today, the mileage, the aggregated mileage, which I'll describe to you after. Looking at our recommended replacement schedule, put out there exactly what a life cycle of an apparatus is, so you see how we reassign it from very busy duty, and as the apparatus gets older, we translate that, or we reassign it to slower duty, so we can catch up on the repairs and then reassign it as needed. And then finally, I do have the previous replacement schedule in here from 2002 to 2013 that we've been trying to work under, but as Chief Fellner mentioned, we're behind the 8 ball on our apparatus, so I'll try to go through that with you. Very briefly, we have a couple types of apparatus, just to get you up to speed. An engine. And the primary function, I'll refer to firefighting functions first, but realize that all of our apparatus have multiple functions for a fire, for a medical, for a rescue type call. But when we buy fire apparatus, They're bought for their primary function, and that is what they do at a fire, because there are no other agencies that provide overlap protection for that type of situation. On an EMS call, we speak of having police, fire, and EMS respond in a joint and unified response manner. But when there's a fire, EMS can't put the fire out. The police department doesn't really have hoses in their cars. They can't do it. That's what the fire department does. So that's what we gear our apparatus for when we purchase them. When we refer to an engine-type truck, that truck it has a pump on it, it carries 500 gallons of water, and it carries all the hose that we would potentially need at a fire. With the 3 personnel assigned to that truck, they're capable of very specific tasks. It may be to advance a hose line and operate the pump inside a structure fire to start searching for somebody. It may be to establish a water supply with a fire hydrant, a pool or pond, or attached to a fireboat and establish that water supply. But that's what the primary function of that is. And the limitations of that are the size of the pump, the number of personnel assigned, the length of the ladder that's on it, which is only 24 feet long. So we carry a lot of, let's consider a smaller toolbox that you might carry in your car in case of an emergency. Then we talk about ladder apparatus on page 4. A ladder, real basic, and there's a picture of it, is a big truck with a big 100-foot ladder on the top of it. Now, that's oversimplifying it because we carry a lot of tools and specialized rescue equipment on a ladder truck. Ladder trucks function for getting to elevated levels, to upper floor windows to rescue people, to access the roof so we can ventilate the roof, any type of challenge of reaching a victim anywhere. And we also, in addition to that 100-foot ladder, carry ground ladders, sometimes upwards of 180 feet of additional ground ladders. We carry 35-foot ladders, 40-foot ladders, roof ladders that make it safe, so when there's a fire on the roof, if it burns through the roofing material, the firefighter doesn't fall through the roof itself. All those are carried on a ladder truck. These trucks are known to be very long and very large. The common concern we hear is, why'd you send the really big truck for this? Ladders are a fixed length. They have to go on a really big truck, and that's kind of how we organize. We have in the past, and we still maintain rescue-type apparatus. From a functional capability, a rescue is the same as a ladder truck as far as the tools and equipment it carries, except it doesn't have the ladders. It doesn't have the ladder on top, and it normally does not have ground ladders inside the truck. So, but the people, the personnel assigned to that vehicle, perform those same functions. They will be inside a building searching, or they will wait for a ladder company to get there where they can actually get to the roof and do the ventilation or rescue people from the windows. So rescue companies as a truck lack some capabilities, but they do things from the inside of the building. We have a command vehicle, which our shift commander and aide operate out of, and that is town-wide. It's one SUV. We respond town-wide, and we're able to do command and control, communications, and stay in contact with the ECC, or in like a Hurricane Sandy, as far as communicating with the EOC and keeping people up to speed, sending real-time information, pictures, and status back on what's going on out in the field. We also have specialty vehicles, and ironically, you guys were asking about how we work with the police department. If you look at the photo on page 5 of the boat, that is a training photo from 2 years ago. That's the police department dive team working on the fire department inflatable boat in St. Mortar, doing area familiarization, and you can't get much closer than that small vessel there, so we do work pretty closely together. As we said, we're trying to be very responsible about coming forward with an apparatus replacement program and looking at the needs of the town, the needs of the department, understanding the financial impacts of what our requests are. And there's a couple things that we need to keep in mind, because it's not just go out, look at the truck, and if it's rusty, we want to replace it. There are a lot of different factors that pertain to it. Similar to aircraft, you have duty cycles. Every time an aircraft takes off and lands, there are stresses that are exerted on the structural frame of that aircraft, on the skin of that aircraft, on the engines and brakes and things. Fire apparatus have the same thing. Fire apparatus are in service 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year. They start up at 8 in the morning, 12:30, 4:15, 3 a.m. From a cold start, they're run hard immediately. They're not given adequate time to warm up or get the defroster going. They park on scene, they may idle for a long period of time, they may operate for a long period of time under load. When you're pumping water, that is stress and strain on the frame, on the drivetrain. So those are things that we consider in it. It's much more than just age or cosmetics, if you will. Page 7, I do have a listing of our deployment of apparatus. It also shows the age in years. So at the top of it, it's in order of the oldest. So you can see engine 4, which is a 1995 duplex Salisbury pumper or engine type apparatus. That has over 112,000 miles on it, over 11,700 hours on it. So what the industry does as far as hours for a pump, it's not just idle time. Many of those times are when the pump is operating. There's an estimate from Cummins Diesel that says for every hour a pump operates, that is estimated at 50 road miles, because when the engine is running, it's running just as fast as it would be in RPMs as driving on the highway. So we can calculate out what the aggregate mileage is, and I do that later in the document for your review. The big thing I would like to go over is on page 8, and that is the life cycle of an apparatus. We're recommending staying with a 12-year replacement program for our frontline apparatus. And let me just describe the difference between frontline and reserve. When we buy a truck brand new and we train our personnel to operate it, that truck is generally assigned to our busiest stations, our busiest firehouses. We run that truck out of that station for 12 years in what's called frontline service. That's the normally assigned truck, except when there's preventative maintenance, if there's an unfortunate accident, or if there's some type of long-term repair or warranty repair that needs to be made. After that 12-year period, and warranties only last a couple years on the fire apparatus, so we kind of go through that. We do a lot of the repairs, and we have to pay for that through our maintenance budget. But after that 12 years, that's when we really start to see the stresses and the strains accumulate on the trucks. We have some pictures in the next document that I'll show you that shows some frame stress cracks that are occurring after 13 years of service, because those start and stop cycles, those extreme weather conditions, the heat of the summer, the below zero temperatures of the winter, they all accumulate on these trucks and cause damage to them. So after 12 years, we move them to what we call reserve status. It takes them off of the front line. It allows our maintenance division to do work on those vehicles, make those repairs, not cosmetic per se, but if we identify stress cracks in the frame and things like that, we're able to correct that and then extend the life of that truck for another 12 years. We use those trucks to rotate in and out of frontline service so we can maintain the frontline apparatus. There's always 8 trucks on duty in Fairfield, 2 ladders, 5 engines, and a shift commander vehicle. But if an engine breaks down or we need to do an oil change, we need another apparatus. We don't go down to 4. So we take one of our reserve apparatus and we put that in service for that company, and then we make the repairs and rotate them around. Reserve apparatus are not able to continuously operate back in frontline service. And that's the condition we're actually in right now. With the 2 19-year-old vehicles that we have that are in frontline service, they're 4 years beyond the recommended time from national standards that they should be in frontline service, and they're 7 years beyond what we would prefer in our replacement plan based on our experience, our mileage, our call volume, and how we respond to emergencies in New England. I did provide on page 8 a projected replacement year for our apparatus. You can see all the way on the right when we would anticipate in our capital plan. This is the first year that we're kind of doing it this way through non-recurring capital. It's gone through the operational budget at times as capital requests, and so I prefer this. I'd like to be able to say, look, I can tell you right now, we need to purchase an apparatus in 2016, 2018, based on this schedule. And if we stick to the schedule, that gives us some flexibility in how we do things. One of our major concerns is, and we understand the burden on the town of making multiple vehicle purchases in 1 year. If we adopt this process and stay with this schedule, I would think that this year would be the last time we would have to do that. We go back to 95, we purchased 2 pumpers and a ladder in the same fiscal budget. In 99, we purchased 2 pumpers in that budget. The problem is we haven't stuck to our replacement plan. So if we could, I can envision seeing putting off 1 pumper purchase to possibly 13 years and then get us off this every 12-year doing it, we could get off that. Right now, we do not have the flexibility with the two 19-year-old apparatus to offset another year. There's just too much damage that's been occurring to them. The rest of the information in here is really supporting material. One last thing I'll address in the replacement plan is on page 10. If you look at the table showing aggregate apparatus mileage for frontline fire apparatus, I'll just go across the top line, LSN 07. LSN 07 was the lifetime service number assigned to the 1995 pumper truck. That's currently assigned as engine 4. It has 112,000 road miles on it. That you can go look at the odometer and pull that number right off, and we do a very good job of tracking these numbers. We also have, in addition on this truck, a hour meter on it that activates whenever the truck is put in pump gear, and it tracks the time the truck is operating under those stressful conditions. So using the industry standard of 50 miles per pump hour, if you multiply that out and add it to the mileage, we get an aggregate apparatus mileage of over 699,000 miles on LSN 07. Now, it's not necessarily all on the frame, on the paint, but it's certainly impact on the engine, the transmission, the drivetrain, vibrations, and things like that. So I think if you were to actually take the opportunity, I think my master mechanic would allow somebody to come on up and take a look. He'll show you the trouble spots underneath the truck when it's up on a lift, and you'll be able to see this type of damage. I don't know if it's appropriate now, if you'd like me to go over specifically the two apparatus, or if you want to wait for the non-recurring capital area.
Preference of board, you want to cover it now?
You could.
You're up here, you're rolling.
Okay.
Go for
You
it.
go to the second document. What I'd like to highlight in here is this is what the fire department's immediate apparatus replacement needs are. Very quickly, the contents of this document are just reviewing the lifespan of the apparatus, what our 2014 replacement needs are for ladder 1 and engine 4, and also discuss some fire station size limitations that we've encumbered on the apparatus design committee, because, and it's not just what you would think it is, it's more than just one station. Lifespan of an apparatus, just another visual portrayal. 12 years in frontline service, we rotate it for 12 years into reserve service, and then at the end of the 24 years, we redeploy it, we give it to another department, we retire it. At that point, after 24 years of hard road miles and pumping, it's not good for us anymore, so we do that. Also on here, you'll see a standard listed. There is a national consensus standard put out by the NFPA. I did do quite a bit of research through the National Fire Academy's Learning Resource Center to look at other towns, other municipalities, how they do apparatus replacement plans. There is no document that specifically says thou shalt replace at, but there are a lot of guidelines out there. And in the NFPA standard, it should not be in frontline service greater than 15 years, and it should not be in any service greater than 25 years. That's from the NFPA, so we'd like to stay with that.
Question just on that particular point.
Yes, sir.
Is there, are there any industry standard guidelines for this aggregate apparatus mileage metric that you showed us, the 700,000 for the first two trucks? Is that high, low? Is that, where does that stand against what the industry might view?
I don't have an answer for that one.
Okay.
I know it is an industry standard number or calculation to determine that, but I don't know how it compares to other departments. I haven't seen that from other fire departments at least.
Thanks.
But as long as we're on the life cycle issue, if I could ask one clarification.
Sure.
The vehicles that you're talking about are at 19 years now.
Yes.
If you got the go-ahead, how long would it be before the vehicles were delivered here and be in operation?
We estimate it takes between 8 months and 15 months for the bidding process, the award of the bid, the design and build to be delivered to Fairfield. So for the ladder truck replacement that we're looking at, we would anticipate a higher end of that, towards the 15 months. And for a pumper, we think we can get between 8 and 10 months. But it depends on our process of awarding it.
So basically, it's a year to 18 months added on top of the ages you have.
There's quite a
here
bit of lead
before
time.
they'd be replaced.
Yes, sir.
Okay, sorry, didn't mean to interrupt, just wanted to clarify.
Why two trucks in 2014? The next slide. Quite honestly, it becomes reliability and safety. I can't tell you how frustrating it is. One night when I went out to the command car, got in the car to respond to an emergency, and the car didn't start. And it's not a good situation to be in. We unfortunately do have that occur. Sometimes it's unavoidable. You can't always detect when a battery is not going to work. We check the apparatus twice a day. They operate frequently, but sometimes it does occur. With newer apparatus and more frequent preventative maintenance, it reduces the likelihood of that happening. We've also experienced some extensive out-of-service times. The two vehicles that we're looking to replace, the manufacturers are no longer in business of the cab and chassis, and the ladder truck we're looking to replace, the ladder manufacturer's out of business. We had the truck out of service for 4 months because we need to have a third party fabricate replacement hydraulic parts that would operate the ladder. And it's expensive. The parts are no longer available, unfortunately, and there's not really predicting that. You don't know when a company is going out of business. So that's one of the things we're up against, one of the challenges we're dealing with. Both these trucks were purchased in 1995. They do exceed the national consensus standards by 4 years for their frontline service. We have extensive wear, age, and corrosion, which has resulted in the lost service time. I would venture to say they're not dependable. As a shift commander on the fire department, I've gotten phone calls. We have broken wheel lugs on it. We have to take the truck out of service because you don't want to operate without all the nuts holding the wheel on the truck. Problems with windshield wipers, defrosters. One night about 2 weeks ago, we had to rotate one truck out of service 3 times just for different problems that kept coming up with the reserve fleet. So it's tired. We need to do something for that. We need some good reserve apparatus in there also.
Just a quick question on that.
Yes,
Just
sir.
to be clear, I think you mentioned this before, both of these trucks are currently being used as frontline vehicles.
That's correct, sir.
For the most part.
No, they
Period.
are.
Period.
Period.
Okay, thanks.
They're in service right now as we speak.
Great, thanks.
They also lack basic safety features. There's no airbags inside any of these trucks. Now, fire trucks operate in harsh environments in all weather. We are subject to possible accidents that happen in the snow and ice and during the floods. We don't have the basic protection that most people have in their private vehicles right now. And finally, they're not environmentally friendly. They don't meet any of the modern environmental emission standards right now, where our new apparatus that just got delivered do. You can actually see, if you follow behind our brand new pumper that came in 2013, and engine 4, which is 19 years old, you'll see the black cloud of soot coming out of the stack of that truck as you're behind it, where you won't from the newer apparatus. So we are looking to be green. Same apparatus mileage chart and hours on there with the aggregate miles on the next page. You have our planned replacement years, and you can see in our updated vehicle replacement program, 2014, we identify both the replacement of these 2 trucks. And then specifically on the 2 trucks. For ladder 1, LSN 51, the 1995 duplex LTI ladder. We've gone over the numbers, but a couple numbers I'd just like to draw to your attention. The repair history over the last 5 years. Our maintenance division, both internally and outsourced, has spent over $100,000 to try to keep this truck in service. There are over 796 total repair hours. That's a combination of hours spent by Town of Fairfield mechanics and also outsourced mechanics to work on the truck. This also includes the refabrication of new parts or replacement parts for this truck. And the one thing that we don't actually track, I couldn't tell you, is how long the truck was actually out of service due to those repairs. I can remember a 4-month period when the hydraulic lift cylinders were replaced, but we will work on doing a better job of tracking how long it's actually in service versus out of service, because we're now seeing that that's something we want to be able to present to you to make you understand the full picture. On the next page, I just have 3 quick pictures for you to see. It's rust, corrosion, problems with the electrical and the hydraulic systems underneath. In the picture on the bottom left are the 2 fuel tank holding straps that rotted through and dropped the fuel tank onto one of our streets and spilled diesel oil while responding to a call. That's from our ladder truck that's currently in service. So we need to get that truck off the road. Repairs have been made. That's been repaired already. But this is what we're seeing as the trucks get older and older. Couple pictures in here of the changing landscape down at Fairfield Beach, and why do we need a ladder truck? Because I'm trying to anticipate some of the questions that might come up. After Storm Sandy, our 1- and 2-story homes down on Fairfield Beach are now becoming 3- and 4-story homes on Fairfield Beach. I mentioned to you that on pumper apparatus or engines, we do carry a ladder. It's 24 feet long. A 24-foot ladder will usually make it to a second floor roof. But if your house is on fire and you're in the 3rd floor or on the 4th floor now, it's not going to reach that. And that is one of the reasons why we had done a reorganization back in 2008 to get ladder access down in this district more quickly. So we do have some pictures of, and we're trying to adapt to those changing hazards. We did do an analysis, and speaking to some people, we like to see what was the effect of our reorganization that Chief Fellner had implemented in 2008. I was able to pull some numbers up on it. In 2008, we operated a ladder out of Station 2 and a rescue truck out of Station 1, in addition to our 5 engines and car. Because of the equipment carried and the limitations of the ladders, the rescue and the ladder responded town-wide for any reported automatic alarm or structure fire. So we had adequate ladders and adequate breathing equipment there. In 2008, Rescue 1 had over 12,000 road miles on it. Ladder 1 had over 3,700 road miles. Ladder 2 had 4,500 road miles, for a total truck road miles, this is not the aggregate number, this is just road miles, of 20,927. If you compare that to after the reorganization in 2013, I won't go through each individual one, but the total road miles for all 3 trucks was 14,059 miles. That's a reduction of 6,868 road miles to our apparatus. And that was able to be done because now we had duplicated apparatus spread out across the town. We no longer had to respond trucks as far as they used to respond, and we were able to reduce the number of calls they were able to go on because we had the correct tools spread out more effectively in the town. Also, just very briefly, total truck responses in 2008, 4,104. That's only the individual unit responses for those trucks, Ladder 1 and Rescue 1 and Ladder 1. In 2013, we were able to reduce that to 3,212. So we effectively eliminated 892 unit responses by having duplicate equipment located strategically throughout the town. So I would actually say that I think we've proved our concept as far as having the 2 ladders in place of what it was going to do, of reducing the mileage, reducing the wear and tear, and will hopefully allow us to utilize this replacement program using the 12 years as our number and allow us to extend the service life of those trucks.
Just on that, I remember back on the Board of Finance in 12 and 13 when we were getting these presentations and talking about this, there was a lot of conversation about if you did this, then you were going to have ladder trucks driving all over the place and there were going to be more miles on them. So these statistics debunk that theory.
That's correct.
And
That's absolutely opposite.
That's what I'm taking from this.
Yes.
Because I remember some of the commentary, which was along the lines of you're doubling things versus decreasing them. And this is telling the story just the opposite, if I'm seeing it correctly.
That's how we decreased it, if you remember, when you were on the Board of Finance.
Yeah.
We were running one piece of apparatus,
Everywhere.
the whole 32,000 square miles.
Right.
So that's when I replaced it with the other one.
Yeah.
And that truck doesn't respond as much. It doesn't have to go to Greenfield Hill, it doesn't have to go down to Southport, because
Right.
the wear and tear on the trucks were just, phenomenal. I mean, it was running on calls like 6,000, 7,000 a year. It's
Yeah.
cut back to 4, just like Scott.
Yeah. No, Scott, this is a good analysis because there were a lot of questions raised back then, and this answers them in a positive manner and increases the life of your trucks and probably decreases response time.
Yes.
Many of those were some of the very many components that you guys had talked about, so that's a great job.
14 minutes
Thank you.
to Greenfield Hill area up the Westport Turnpike. We timed that on computer when the call comes in, and it's 14 minutes. Now, we cut it down, it's about 8 minutes.
Great.
From the center of town instead of Jennings Road, Station 2.
Good. Good, well, thank you for that follow-up.
Thank you. You okay?
Just to clarify along those lines, and I do remember those conversations as well, so that in this presentation or on this page, Ladder 1 and Ladder 2, 2008, one was Frontline, and the second, now, in other words, now we have the 2 Frontline, Ladder 1 and Ladder 2 in the 2013. But these were rotated, right?
Yes,
So, in other words, the two-
2008,
Right.
you'll see miles of Rescue 1, 12,645, Ladder 1, 3,735. We made the change in September.
Okay.
So the second, Ladder 1 went in service in place of Rescue 1 in September, and that represents 3 months of change.
Is the responses by unit number a typo for ladder 1?
No, sir.
So 32, that's almost 1,000 miles per response, if I get that right.
32.
Yeah.
It may be a typo from the limitations of the CAD at the time, because they had to be changed in the system, and when they port over the numbers, when it went into the fire management system, it kept it like that.
So
So-
it didn't do 3,700 miles and 32 calls.
Correct.
Right.
Correct.
That's-
And that's part of the misnomer on the LSNs and when we assign units, because the rescue truck is LSN 84, Ladder 1 was LSN 51, and they rotated in service to replace each other. So that it does skew it somewhat, but yes, you're correct in what you're finding. The chief did mention that we're going to be changing concepts from a ladder truck to a different type of truck, what we refer to as a city service truck. We recognize with the change of Fairfield Beach Road, we need ladders for upper floors. We need to be able to rescue people from a 3rd or 4th floor window. We also recognize that with the wires and things that are down there and the ability to drive around the beach, we need to adapt to that also. What we've proposed to do from the Apparatus Design Committee standpoint is create a new type of truck for us. That, yes, sir.
Sorry to interrupt, but on page... here.
The analysis.
Page. The two bottom numbers, there's Rescue 1 on the right-hand side, and the bottom has 3 responses.
Yes.
Ladder 1 on the left-hand side has 32 responses. When you're trying to compare the 4,100 to the 3,200, it looks like you have a data integrity problem.
The Rescue 1 in that year, in 2013, I can answer for you. Those were callback responses when that truck was put in service in addition to Ladder 1 or Ladder 2. Ladder 1 and Ladder 2 are the two, in 2013, were the 2 frontline units that were in service. But due to callback when there was a large fire, Rescue 1 responded to 3 calls in that year.
That was on the callback, like with storms or...
Okay, so if I look at just ladders, what you're telling me, we went from 2,100 calls in 2008 to 3,200 calls in 2013.
Unit responses.
Okay.
That's not total calls. Those are the calls that, and I only looked at the trucks. So we lumped the truck company functions together of rescue, ladder, and ladder. But yes, for those 2 years, by our response modifications and the duplicate trucks located throughout town, we were able to reduce the number of unit responses. The number of calls townwide also reduced slightly.
Whatever the numbers represent here, is this unit responses or calls?
This is unit responses.
Okay, for the ladders, it's up 50% between 2008 and 2013.
Right.
Just ladders.
Right.
Ladder 2 responded to 2,032 calls in 2008, and it responded to 1,698 in 2013.
And ladder 1 responded to 32 in 2008 and 1,500 in...
Okay, I see the confusion, because in 2008, Rescue 1 was what we now call Ladder 1. So those numbers would be mixed together. Which is why I did it as total truck company responses. In 2008, in January of 2008,
Right.
Rescue 1 and Ladder 2 were in service. And all the way until September, that remained that way.
Right, but to Mr. Kiley's point, this says in 2013, we're sending ladders out when either they were needed, and so it's an increase in ladder calls, or when they weren't needed as a ladder truck, so we're using ladder trucks where we didn't need a ladder truck.
May I jump in
That
to
was
help
a
this?
switch if you were on the Board
Right,
of
so
Finance.
in 2008, in January, January through September, every time there was a call that needed those units, it was a rescue unit and a ladder unit
Yes.
that went out to the call.
Yes.
Right? In September and beyond, The town was split in two. Now, only the ladder unit goes out. The rescue unit doesn't go out unless it's called back.
Correct.
Which is what happened. So yes, Mike, the first selectman's right in that that was part of the big discussion in 2008 was correct. We have many more ladder miles. We've split the town in half, but we're not sending out the rescue trucks in addition. So you're right in that if you're comparing just the ladder miles. But that's part of why I asked my initial question.
Okay, I
about
understand what you're saying.
The first
Do you remember
column.
we made that? I put it as to get this and split the runs up, ladder rescue. And I took a lot of that rescue equipment and put it on a ladder.
Yes.
The first tool, the jaws of life, all of that stuff. We put it on a ladder. So when we get a vehicle accident on a Connecticut Turnpike, we don't send ladder 2 because we equipped and took the rescue and sidelined it. We just send that one ladder out of this center station. That's where the difference is. But that was a switch over. And Kevin, you were on the Board of Finance, weren't you? And if you remember that, the selling
So was
point. So were you.
Mhm.
I'm sorry.
Yep, I was there.
I almost forgot about you. But that was that ladder rescue, which we went through at one time. And it worked.
I'm just, Chief, all I'm saying is this chart is somewhat confusing and it doesn't provide the clarity that your comment, doesn't seem to support what you're saying, that's all.
I think the question that I had initially when we started down this path a little bit was in the 2008 column. That's why I asked my frontline question. So on the right side, actually, ladder 1 and ladder 2 are both frontline vehicles. They're both the ones going out. Whereas, and that's why I was trying to see if I was comparing apples to apples. In 2008, ladder 1 and ladder 2, both frontline vehicles. But because the year was split and the change was
Correct.
made, that's part of what makes it confusing to look across here and compare that way.
No, I understand that, and also the way we have to rotate apparatus in and out. Because one of the problems with trying to get the statistics together is that every time our ladder breaks down, we go back to our older response modality as far as putting both trucks responding town-wide. Because now we no longer have that split of duplicate equipment in the town. So for the 4 months ladder 1 was out of service, the 2 trucks, we still call it ladder 1, but it's actually the rescue truck. We try to make it easier from a dispatching standpoint and changing the computer every time, so the numbers show that way. That's one of the challenges of trying to do this, because it's also a statistic we don't accurately track, because we track it by unit name, not LSN.
Yeah, my caution would be putting together a chart that doesn't support what the reality is. I mean, you're basically saying, because of the limitations of the computer system and not going back and forth on how you track that these numbers don't really add up to what reality is in terms of what your conclusion is on that. So that's my caution.
I do think the total miles does show the picture, though, because we have seen a significant reduction in the total truck miles, if you will. I apologize for the individual units and how they're skewed that way. That's how we operate. But the total truck miles does show an accurate picture of the reduction.
Okay, so if I look at this, we're saying in 2008, ladder 2 operated all 12 months?
Yes, absent preventative maintenance.
Okay, so that 4,500 miles roughly in 12 months.
Yes.
And ladder 1 operated 3 months?
Yes.
And we're saying 3,700 miles in 3 months. Or
Now,
a
what
rate
that-
of almost 16,000 miles a year.
What that doesn't account for is when ladder 2 went out of service and ladder 1 rotated over to be that ladder truck. Because we only have 3 ladders,
Okay.
or 3 truck companies that can cover for each other.
Yeah. See,
It is
since that-
confusing.
Since that isn't easily discernible from the chart numbers here, you can draw different conclusions than the
Okay.
reality, is all I'm saying. So you might want to consider if there's a better way to say that or show that
Okay.
than these charts. That's all. I don't mean to, I understand what you're saying, and obviously those are the facts. I'm just trying to tie it back to what it shows here.
Okay.
Just one last comment on this, if I may.
Go.
So if we move ahead and we buy the new ladder truck, the ladder truck 1 that's outbound would be backup.
Yes.
And therefore, when one of those 2 remaining ladder trucks are out of service, the old one that we're taking out of service now would replace that ladder truck for the short term. Therefore, when that happened, you would still have your 2 ladder truck system versus having to go to this hybrid system that I thought you just described when you had that situation today.
Yes, sir.
Is that correct?
Yes, that's
Okay,
correct.
Thanks. Which will give you more of an apples to apples going forward. This gets kind of mushy.
Yes, I
Because
apologize for that.
you're flipping things around, car or trucks and, okay.
That's why it's been so challenging to try to get the data to come back and report on what's going on. We're trying to, but it's not an easy number to capture.
Okay.
Sorry for the interruptions. If you-
No problem,
Yeah,
sir.
thanks.
No, it's good.
What we're looking to do moving forward for our replacement Ladder 1 vehicle is to do a hybrid concept of a heavy rescue with ladder capabilities on it. It would carry all of the equipment of a ladder company with the exception of a 100-foot hydraulic-operated ladder on the truck. So it would look very similar to a ladder truck, but it would not have that 100-foot ladder on top. It would have 40-foot ground ladders, which would make it to our 4th floor windows and allow us to effect a rescue in the beach area initially upon arrival from Station 1, and also allow the setup of Ladder 2 coming from Station 2 for a structure fire. So we are looking to that. We do have some challenges with that. Modern ladders, and I'll be honest, I would love to have a second ladder and continue that, especially in light of the construction that's going on down at the beach, but we have some infrastructure challenges. A modern ladder will not fit in Fire Station 1 on Reef Road. When you factor in the safety factors of the ladder, the compartment storage space requirements, it just doesn't fit in that doorway. You do have in here a standard ladder spec in here. You'll see the height of that ladder truck is 11 foot 5 inches. We're limited to around 10 foot 5 inches for Fire Station 1 in height. So it's one of the considerations that the design committee has had in moving forward and trying to meet our objectives of having that company and still being able to maintain this dual response and redundancy.
We had town engineers out there, Michael, it's a support in the major project at Station 1 to start doing it. I wouldn't even bring the numbers to you.
So it's not just a door.
Yeah, and that's the whole front of the firehouse, that's 3 doors. And the town engineers did a great job. It's the only way you can do it. Or dig the floor down. Now, that we didn't want to do that, because when it rained, or you'd have to go down in the floor.
I know my time is running long, so I'm going to try to shorten this up for the benefit of my colleagues here. I'm getting paper thrown at me, I think, but engine 4, the LSN 07. There's 2 pictures in here that I'd like to draw your attention to. And it's a 1995 truck. It's 19 years old. It's got similar wear and tear issues on it, a lot of pump hours. But if you look at these 2 pictures, these are very telling, because if you look at the paint on the outside, we do a good job of touching up paint dings and things like that. The picture right here is a picture of the pump. This pump had to be replaced twice because the inside impeller and the cast metal in it have eroded away, started leaking, and would no longer pass pump tests. So we're on our 3rd pump now in this truck, trying to keep it on the road. The picture on the opposite side was taken in 2003 of the subframe of the truck. Now we try to buy trucks to last the duration. This is a stainless steel subframe inside this truck. If you look closely, you're going to see 2 stress cracks right in there. That was 2013 when the truck was 2003 when the truck was 13 years old. We're at 19 years old now. These were repaired, but it's the ones you don't always see or you don't always catch that could become a problem for us. So, at this point, if you have any additional questions, I'll be happy to try to answer them or get you information that you may need.
Thank you. Any questions from the board?
No, I'm good.
Kristen?
When I was going through my packet, so will it fit in the firehouse was the first question I had. And it strikes me that you're looking at a different model for the next truck. Has to do somewhat with the needs of the community in terms of what's needed, but also you're addressing the fact that we have limitations in space. Now, let me ask the question this way. If we had a station that could fit the modern ladder, would that be the vehicle that you would be seeking?
I don't think necessarily because of the way down the beach where they're raising all these homes up. Am I correct? Now, it's much more accessible with the truck that we want to order.
With the limitations,
yeah,
with the
yeah.
limitations we have right now, this is the best option for us. If I was able to order a ladder truck, I would order a ladder truck to have that additional capability in backup. But the chief is correct. It's very tight down at the beach. We do have limitations with the wires down there. I consider it a good compromise because I'm not really happy about it, but I know I can make do with it.
It would work for safety all around, and have to take the ladder truck down there would be difficult to get in. And a lot of these homes are set back in on the sand, and we would have a problem if people want to get it back. And the houses are so close down there, too.
It strikes me that there are some other neighborhoods in town that have that kind of tight issue and as well. One other just question / comment. When I look at the kind of the city service concept ladder truck, it seems to be kind of a compromise between a rescue and a ladder. Is that a fair
Yes.
thing to say?
Yeah, that would be a fair assessment. It carries, it's being designed to carry all the long tools that a ladder truck carries. Ladders are a set length on it. All the pike poles and tools we use at fires are very long on it. So we're working very hard to develop a tunnel off the back that will allow us to store this equipment and easily get it off so somebody doesn't get hurt trying to remove it from a compartment that it really shouldn't be in. But yeah, it's been done in the past by other departments. We're kind of getting back into it. There's a couple different ways that departments are looking at these challenges, and the manufacturers are very interested in our concept and our solution right now.
Okay. One last question along those lines. So in, I'll say 10 years, if we as a town decide, we really have to build a new station, actually, I don't know on our capital planning where that may or may not be, but equipment-wise, so let's just say in 10 years we have a new fire station that can fit whatever modern vehicles there are.
We'll make sure it does fit. That's something that's...
I'm not worried about that, but is this direction for equipment purchase, would that be in line? I know I'm kind of in the what-if world, but this is equipment that you see us using possibly for the next 19 years, we hope not, but in other words, this is consistent, it works going forward, building-wise or not?
Yes.
Okay, thanks.
Any further questions from the board?
Excuse me,
No.
Deputy Chief Reed
Oh,
worked on this committee. I don't know if you want to add anything.
I'll be very, very brief. I
won't plow my
I
street.
do, I have one more, Mike, I'm sorry.
That's okay. Let Art say his words.
Yeah, no,
You're already
it's a
pulled
great
it off.
segue to Scott, too.
No,
Okay.
I don't want to repeat anything because I think Assistant Chief Bisson did an excellent job in this presentation. I think what he's getting to here, though, is the crux of the matter, and Chris, and I think you just touched on that too. This truck that we're proposing is although a compromise, it is the perfect compromise for the conditions that we have in this particular area here. And we're also being very, very price conscious with this. I know I am the budget Nazi in the fire department, and we look at these things. But we think this is a very, very good alternative to cover all our needs for the department. And I perfectly agree. I think going long into the future here, this is going to cover our needs, because the community is not going to significantly change from what we are seeing happening right now. So, thank you. Was that brief enough? Thank you.
Did you review the numbers for us on these two?
The anticipated costs? Actually, I don't have the 14 points in front of me. I believe hold on one second.
It originally started at $1,200,000, and I wasn't happy with that.
Yeah.
And really tight on that, so we put together and asked them to bring that down, which they brought it down to 700.
Yeah, 775, I believe. Yep.
770.
Chief, you need to speak into the mic, please.
Sorry, Mike. We brought that down. I wasn't satisfied with that. I felt that we could bring it in a lot cheaper, meeting with the committee and back and forth. They did just what I wanted them to do. They brought the price down, which would meet the needs of Fairfield. That was the most important thing. So they brought that down to 700,000 from the 1,200,000 we asked for. And that's where we put the other pump in, the pumper, so we can start on it for the following year, because we will need a new pumper in Station 4. There's no question about that.
Okay, so there's only,
I'm seeing a ladder truck on here, I'm not seeing a pumper.
that's correct.
No, we talked about, if you look on here, on this one here, the engine 4 we talked about. If you look on here,
I think
okay, we didn't go through the whole thing because Scott has given us the high sign over there.
No, Chief, not on your sheet, on the non-recurring capital requests. Did you review this with Mr. Mayor?
Yes, I did, that's why it's,
So there's only one truck on here, though?
yes, I know. And
Oh, okay.
they moved the truck to be another year,
Oh, see, that's the part I was unaware of.
Okay.
Okay.
okay? And that was, meeting with the committee.
Yep.
I'm sorry, Mike, really, I have a big mouth.
Nope, that's okay,
Yeah,
just so.
that's why, in meeting with the
You need to
committee.
be close to the mic, that's all, so that everybody hears.
Well, maybe I don't want to hear what I have to say. No, I'm only kidding.
So, just
but-
a point
Ye-
of
yes, sir.
clarification. I'm sorry. When you say it started off at 1.2 million and change, and it ended up at 775.
We were asking for a ladder truck.
Right.
A ladder truck was $1,200,000.
Okay.
That's with a hydraulic lift and a ladder and.
Right, with the
That's
100-foot
everything.
aerial.
Yep.
They said, we can do better than that if we have
Okay.
to work it. This committee worked very hard and brought it down, and I says, but we have to do the needs, what our community needs, and the safety of the citizens. That's where they really worked their butts off to get it where it is, and they did a fantastic job. I just,
So to be clear on this, for this board, the proposal then for this year is the ladder truck this year and then the pumper next year.
well,
the
my
engine next year.
proposal, Mr. Tetro, was for a ladder truck and engine 4, but that was moved, engine 4, to the following year.
Okay.
With meeting with finance people. They thought it would be, because we're trying to bring this, the budget in, an appropriate thing, and, maybe we can put some money. But I was also hoping to get that little donation could help us, so we may come back here and say, hey, we got that. And
Gotcha.
you know what I'm talking about.
Yep.
Okay, yeah.
That's something we'll have to see.
Okay.
So far where we want it, so till I see the ink on the paper,
Yep.
then we can come in and say, we got it.
Yep.
Got it. Good. Thanks
Any
for that.
further questions from the
No,
board?
I'm good.
I do
That's-
I have one other, and actually, this might be for Scott as well. It's a-
Scott,
It's
you're
a
up.
Scott squared question. I saw in one of the commentary pieces, I think it was in the backup for the non-recurring, that some of the wear and tear is about the treatment on the roads is what, I know,
It's everything, just about.
I'm wondering if you could talk a little bit more about that and how you guys talk together, as I know you do, so.
Our maintenance division has been reporting excessive corrosion noted on our apparatus for the past couple of years after the state changed to a new treatment system on the highways, the liquid system. And as it's been described to me is that when the chemical is applied and it dries, when it snows or the precipitation hits it, it activates the chemical. And as the trucks and apparatus operate on that, it coats all the surfaces of the apparatus. And when the apparatus go back to the station, it either dries or gets sprayed off. Every time the chemical gets wet, it reactivates and it continues to corrode and eat away at the components of the apparatus. They do a very good job putting them up on the lifts. I'm sure DPW does the same thing. We're trying to spray the apparatus. We're trying to find if there's some kind of neutralizing agent. We have not been successful right now, but we are seeing, on the fire side, I can only speak for, increased wear and corrosion from what appears to be the road treatment. That's the best that we can find now.
Thank you.
Right. Is that primarily the state pre-treatment, or is that also the town? Is it the same mix that we're using with the state and the town?
It's similar, it's not the same, but it's very similar.
Okay.
And I would say it would have the same impact, yes.
Okay. All right, thank you. Any further questions from the board?
Thank you.
Thank you very much for
guys.
your time.
Since,
Thank you.
just so we have you here, we're not going to vote on this at this point, because we'll take it with the non-recurring. But since you're here, any comments from the public on the two fire apparatus? Seeing none? Okay. Gentlemen, thank you.
Thank you very
We'll come back
much.
to this
Thanks for
later.
having, sorry
Thank
we went a little long, but the only way we can get our point across. So,
Thank you, sir.
Scott, we owe you.
Did he give us the
Thank you very
second
much.
price then for the pumper? I missed what he said.
It's not,
Most of it's got,
Did he say that?
yes, he did, it's about 400,000.
Okay, thanks.
All right, so we're
'Cause I,
good here. We're good. Does it make sense to do mayor's waterfall first, or continue with the non-recurring capital?
I have some questions related to that for the
The
waterfall.
thought initially was to do it first, so whatever we voted on, we do in.
That's fine, I was just curious, because they kind of jumped around. Yeah,
All right.
absolutely.
All right, next up, to hear an update on the capital plan and waterfall chart.
Mr. Mayor.
All right. Do you guys want to take a brief break at all?
Can we take a 30
5-minute break?
second? I don't, I just need a
Yeah.
30 second.
Okay. All right, 2-minute break.
All right. Start with page 3.
No.
Could you, I was going to ask if you could clarify the name of the page.
We're
Some of us.
gonna start with this one, right?
It's getting very late.
Town of Fairfield changes to capital plan?
Yes, sir.
September 2013 versus January 2014.
Thank you. Upper left-hand corner, you see the date, September 13th. If you remember, the town voted on some capital projects at that time,
Bless you.
and the plan that was reviewed at that time, which incorporated the project that the town then voted on, had a total, taking the period of time, fiscal year 14 through fiscal year 2023, of $23 million in non-recurring projects, $100 million in capital projects over that 10-year period, and reimbursement estimation about $24 million for a net capital expenditure of about $98 million. What you have then, where it says changes in January 2014 capital plan, is the changes to that plan that result in what you see where it says January 14, 2014, where the new total is now $97,537,000, or approximately $900,000 less, actually $892,000 less, as you can see with the third set of numbers down the right, titled Total Change. Now, and then below those three sets of numbers, you have listed the changes and what type of capital it is, whether it's non-recurring or a major capital project, and then you have the net, the total change. So very briefly, the phone system consultant, which was at one time thought to be approximately $125,000 expenditure. We got further information, it's $80,000. Rather than having that as a standalone item, that item has been folded into the phone system, the total phone system capital request. So that is a deduction from the non-recurring capital and an addition to capital for a total change of zero, because it's in and out. Same thing with the land project. Basically, the land project is infrastructure upgrades necessary to purchase and install a new up-to-date phone system. So it made sense to fold that $600,000 into the full phone system, since it's required because of the potential new phone system. So again, that's $600,000 deducted from non-recurring, $600,000 added to capital. The WAN consultant, again, folded into the full capital plan. And then we have the ladder fire truck, which goes the other way. It was taken out of capital. The definition of items that belong in the full capital plan are items over $1 million. Non-recurring is $100,000 to $1 million. Based upon an updated estimates and workings, the cost of that project, as opposed to being $1.3 million, is now estimated to be $775,000. So we took the $1.3 million out of capital, added the $775 to non-recurring, for a net change of a negative $525. The next 8 items will be addressed this evening. They are, well, not 8, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. The next 6 items will be addressed this evening. They are request items from DPW for replacement for their current aging equipment. And so that's just so that's all been added to the plan for pro forma purposes. And then we have the Hulls Farm Bridge design, which has been reduced because that's been indefinitely rescheduled. No one has, I'm not sure, don't remember exactly why. I should have known.
I can speak to it later.
Right. Mr. Michelangelo will speak to that later. Then we have the microgrid, which was in our capital plan, which is now being funded by a grant. So that's a net reduction. And then we have the Kings Highway pedestrian improvement, which became part of a larger project with the state grants. That's a reduction in non-recurring, an increase in capital. And then there was a change in the cost of a fire pumper, which was originally in its $575. The latest estimate is $600,000. So that's an increase in the non-recurring of $25,000. Excuse me. And then the final item is, if you remember, there was a significant bond authorization for Storm Sandy capital requirements, and with further information and evaluation, and that number, which I think was $5,155,000, it's been determined that $1.5 million of that will not be spent, so that capital plan has been reduced by $1.5 million accordingly. So the net change is $952,000. So with that, if you go to page 2,
Just quickly, all of this stuff totals on this other sheet that you don't see at the bottom, and it makes it easier to understand it. There it is. So that's, these
Yeah,
totals here
I see.
tie back to the change columns, and it's easier to
up
follow.
top,
Okay.
too.
Yeah.
Kevin, thank you.
oh, that got carried over on the...
Yeah, it just printed on this, on another page, so,
Gotcha.
cool. All right.
All right, thank you, Mr.
Got it.
Kelly.
So now we're going to page 2.
Right. So all that information was folded into the schedules, which were then manipulated and produced this result. Page 2 is the result of all the changes. First column is the fiscal year ending. The second column is what the debt service would have been based upon the assumptions and the inclusive items within the September 17th, 2013 capital plan. And the third column is what the debt service will be with the new assumptions, the new items and the changes. And then the fourth column is the difference. You can see, now the difference in the of 2014 to $68,631, that's actually the increased interest that the town is accruing this year as a result of the refi. The refi, as you remember, saved us approximately $700,000. That's spread out over the period of the refinancing, about 7 years. The first year is actually a net deficit to the town, increased interest cost to the town of $68,000. The remaining changes are the result of the new items and the change in the amount of some of the items in the capital plan. So you can see over the 10-year period, there would be a net, if 100% of the items on the list that's before the board tonight were approved, there would be a 10-year reduction in debt service of $1,160,720. And then going forward, the next 10 years, for a total over the 30-year period of $4 million. And then you can see down at the bottom of the page, again, the September numbers, the January, the current date numbers, and the difference, which is the same 3 sets of numbers you saw on page 1. Any questions on page 2?
No, thank you.
Okay, page 3 is basically by year the total of the capital projects, the total of the estimated reimbursements, and the total of the non-recurring projects for the Board of Ed and the town, and then the grand total Board of Ed and town. That is a summarization of page 4, or let's call it document 4, since it's 4 pages in length, which has the detail of all the items. For the town side, I think the detail of the Board of Ed side, I think, is here in Mr. Tom's hands. That was presented last month, correct? When you discussed the, so that's the detail. So the detail of this document plus the detail of the Board of Ed document is what folded into page 3, which is a summary detail, which is what folded into page 2, which is the difference of the 2 documents. The last page is simply the excruciating amount of detail to show what the assumptions are, the total outstanding debt, and the payment schedule given new bond issuances all the way through the year 2023, based upon the current information available through that time period.
What's the current outstanding debt at this time?
Current outstanding debt this time is $211 million as of June 30th.
Okay.
I can't tell you at this time.
Okay. Any questions from the board? In essence, we did go through the capital workshop in September. This is the same report, same information with a few changes. Does this give us enough information to kind of look at the non-recurring projects come before us and understand the impact?
It does, with one request. Pam, can you please provide us with the Excel spreadsheets for these documents?
Sure.
Please? Thank you. Good.
Anybody besides Mr. Carter want that? Okay.
Not right now. I
The,
know where to find you.
Yes, you do.
Any,
But you don't visit nearly often enough.
any further questions?
No, this is good.
Okay.
No, good for now.
Bob, thank you for catching us up on that and kind of giving us a foundation for going forward. With that, next up is the non-recurring capital item, number 11. And to here consider and act upon a resolution appropriating $3,608,766 for the costs of certain non-recurring capital projects and authorizing the issuance of bonds to finance such appropriation. Can I have a motion to accept?
So moved.
A second.
Second.
All right. Mr. Mayor, how's this going to step off for us here for the non-recurring? Now, this is both, includes the Board of Ed. We heard the Board of Ed non-recurring projects at our last meeting.
In your
This
package-
resolution incorporates those dollars. And then are we going to go through the kind of town
Yeah.
non-recurring pieces?
Yeah, but basically what you have is, the resolution is a little bit different than the ones you've seen in the past, only in form, not in substance. What we've done is developed a resolution.
Am I missing, where's the resolution?
It's not there.
The resolution is there, it's somewhere.
Oh, maybe I missed it. I didn't see it.
Because I looked
Oh,
on
there it
the
is.
package
At the
that
very
went
end of the
out.
packet?
Oh.
So what the resolution does,
Thank you.
it has a number in it. That number is the full amount of all the items The total amount of all the items that are before the board this evening. Attached to the resolution and part of the resolution is Exhibit A. So very simply, should the board not approve any one or more than one of the items, the very simple way to amend is just to delete it from Exhibit A and change the number in paragraphs 1 and 2 in the body of the resolution. You have also the town's what we call the 14-point evaluation plan for each of the DPW, Parks and Rec, and the Fire Department ladder truck, so what I'd like to do now is turn the podium over to Mr. Michelangelo, who can go take you through and answer any and all questions relating to the 8 items on the DPW schedule.
Okay, one quick bond resolution question.
Sir.
Mr. Mayor, and I don't know what's the most appropriate language here. This is for a lot of items that are going to change in cost as we go review them and purchase them. Does it make any sense to have the language in paragraph 1 read up to or not to exceed, or is the equals to wording the way it should read for flexibility purposes, or does it not matter?
It doesn't matter, but your language would be quite fine.
Okay.
Here, I think it's been our practice to make it up to that amount, so that, so anything that doesn't get approved is fine, or anything that comes in less is okay, kind of stuff.
Right.
Second, somehow in paragraph 2,
It is in there.
it does say, shall borrow a sum not to exceed.
Got it. So that would seem to cover that point. Okay, thank you.
Well, the other one says we will appropriate the sum, and I think it sounds like we should either not to exceed or up to the amount, just to be,
Consistent?
yep,
Okay. Good.
that, and in the title, probably.
Okay.
All right. So the numbers are actually, here 3 times.
Including the title, yes it is. Mr. Michelangelo. And Mr. Scott Button.
And in the overall resolution, guys. It is? Okay. So there's 3 amendments, okay.
Good evening, Joseph Michelangelo, Director of Public Works. Just to follow up on one of Bob's outstanding items from the waterfall schedule. One of our items that was programmed for this year was the Hulls Farm Road Bridge, which is a bridge that we own on our town line with Westport. We share maintenance of the bridge. So our plan was that we'll cooperate with this bridge replacement project, but we also go through state funding to get this done. Those 3 pieces were not ready for this budget cycle, so the bridge didn't go away. It still has problems. It's still the next one to come up on our cycle, but it's not ready for this procedure right now. I'll present the items in the 14 points, and if I may, I'll break them up into a couple of, I'll address the Fairfield Center streetscape and the Old Town Hall structural improvements, and then I'll try to lump all of our vehicle requests into one also. The Fairfield Center streetscape improvements are requesting $100,000 for improvements downtown, and that's mainly for repairs of the existing streetscape sidewalk network there. Typically, in an annual operating budget, we'll get from $80,000 to $100,000 for sidewalk work, and what invariably happens is we spend a disproportionate amount on the downtown area due to the amount of sidewalks and the use that they get, and that sort of limits us around town. So what we've done is take a canvassing of the downtown streetscape area basically from Beach Road all the way to Thorpe, and try to identify some of the areas that are of most concern. And it's not just the concrete sidewalks, it's the brick pavers in areas, the
the tree wells, especially where they've risen up. So we've put unit prices on there, and this will address about 15% of the existing sidewalk network down there, including the, like I said, the concrete, the brick pavers, the tree grates, and not just the old post road ones. There's some of the little spurs where it goes off onto Sanford Street and Unclewood Place and alike. So that'll help us to address a lot of the issues in the very busy streets downtown area. The next request, which has been programmed for a while, for the last several years I've seen on the schedule, is the structural improvements to Old Town Hall. And I included some pictures in there. And this is if you go down the Old Town Hall, it's basically the lobby area. So on the first floor, it's the area where there's really no offices there. It's basically the foyer type area. So that's the original building that goes back several centuries. The construction down there is literally, the old trees that were, hand hewn a couple centuries ago. And over the years, it's been, boosted up with the number of different post lolly type columns. But it's to the point where it needs to be entirely rehabbed. So we've taken a look at it. There's some pictures there. It's experiencing, some dry rot, some historical termite damage. It's treated now, but over the years, you could tell there was some. But it's really in the condition now where it really has to be addressed sooner rather than later. Now I'll go to our vehicle requests. And when we were developing the operating budget this year in conjunction with Mr. Mayor, one of the things that historically, going back and forth over the years, reviewing past documents, most of the time the requests had been, these type purchases had been through the operating budget. Occasionally over the years they were funded through capital non-recurring. One thing that Bob suggested was, this year when we go through the process, we would go through and request them through because basically we're doing the operating budget and this somewhat at the same time. We submit them through the capital non-recurring process, even though it hasn't been shown in previous years, or even your most recent waterfall document that we reviewed in the fall, it wasn't shown here. So that was a decision that was made when we were preparing this year's budget.
Yeah, I think if I can provide a little more background on that, what we've gone through and done over the past few years, and we've all been a party to this, is that as the budget came through from DPW, we'd look for places to cut, and this is the equipment that we've been cutting off. So we said, look, as long as we keep trying to get it through the operating budget and trying to minimize tax increases, we're going to make those same decisions. So look at this as kind of a little bit of catch-up in terms of things that we have been progressively cutting. And if we tried to get it through on the operating side, we wouldn't probably get it all through this year. But they're all kind of items with long lives, so in essence, bonding them over 5 years certainly is a shorter amount than the life. And at some point, because we haven't been sticking to the equipment replacement plan that DPW put together, we've gotten pretty far behind the 8 ball. Is that a fair way to say that, Scott?
Excellent capture.
Yeah, one other point, though, that I think needs to be stated is basically, from a finance perspective, what we're doing here is trying to adhere to our definitions. Our definitions are $1 million plus is major capital project, 100,000 to $1 million is non-recurring capital. So from a town policy and finance perspective, these items belong in the non-recurring.
So Scott Bartlett and Jeff Cornwall, who handles our fleet down at the garage, they know the trucks in and out much better than I do. Even though they know them very good, one thing that we probably should head towards is a more formal published policy similar to what you saw Scott Bisson do. But we've tried to capture that in the last, tried to capture the essence of that without the formal report. So just to give you a quick overview before I get into the specifics of these, Bob mentioned the $100,000 threshold for the generally for the capital non-recurring accounts. Well, with our existing pieces of equipment down there, between large dump trucks, medium-sized dump trucks, the backhoes, the loaders, the sweepers, excavators, we have 47 pieces of equipment that would fall into that category as if they were 2014 dollars. So out of those 47 pieces of equipment, they have a current value of approximately $9.2 million. So and once again, if you average and different vehicles last different years, if you use a 14-year average for a life cycle cost, we should be spending on a given year about $650,000 a year to replace our $99.2 million worth of rolling stock over 100,000. So that's where it is. But if you go through our equipment, 60% of that equipment is beyond 14 years. So Scott mentioned how we've fallen behind over the years. Well, that's just a rough quantification of how far we are behind. 60% of those vehicles are over 14 years old. So what this request is, it's a request to, maintain our fleet, and there is some catch up in this. So the total of these 7 items is $1.355 million. So on a normal year, if we were, status quo and maintaining, there would probably be 3 or 4 requests, and the dollar amount would be half of that. So that's sort of what we need to maintain, and this shows some additional requests to make up the gap.
Okay, so the other way of saying that is we're catching up 1 year of our backlog.
Correct, just,
I know that.
yeah.
Now, do you have an estimate of how many more years of backlog we have to catch up?
Well, the full cycle, and once again, if we just purchase as is, the normal complement per year of these, 3 or 4 per year, by the time you get to the 14-year cycle, it would take that long before your vehicles are new. So every dent you can make into that. So if we continue this, probably halfway towards that goal. So if we fund, double of what we should, probably in year, 7 or 8 out of that 14-year cycle, you'd be catching up to where you want to be. So I could talk about the individual requests, and from here we could just, when I prepared the 14-point package, they're in the order of requests from highest to lowest. So I'll proceed in that order.
So these are in priority sequence?
Well, I can't do them in priority. I could do them in priority sequence, but I don't think it will match your 14 points. So whatever the most
Okay, so-
logical way to follow
Okay,
is.
so it's just, this is dollar amount sequence.
Correct.
Okay, very good.
So in the dollar amount, because there are 2 6-wheel dump trucks requested, that's why that ends up to be the highest, $380,000. So these replace trucks that are nearing 20 years old. Just like with the fire trucks, they've outlived their useful life. These are our frontline trucks. They're used for road construction most of the year. They're used for snow plowing. When a truck goes down, we're basically short-handed. We don't have any extra trucks. So if you picture a zone defense, if we have a truck that goes down, we have to rotate around. So even though, our storm, our snowfall that we had 2 nights ago wasn't significant, even though the one we had Saturday night wasn't significant, yeah, we're covering, several routes each of those storms. So the routes get stretched out. So instead of a particular driver doing, 10 or 12 miles of road, which is 24 miles of road, he has to cover the fringes of another driver's route, and he has to go from the garage to get to his route. So, the door-to-door, portal-to-portal from the garage to do your route is 3 hours. When you start stretching that out, it gets difficult. When a homeowner says, you know, we get a call and we haven't seen your truck in 3 hours, correct, that's probably about right, because that's how long it takes to circle around. But once again, if they haven't seen them for 3.5 or 4 hours, it gets more and more difficult.
Just, these two trucks, is it the end of the road for these two trucks, or do you keep them as backup parts? Do you sell them? What do you do with them?
Well, we just like, we basically put them in the boneyard, we call them. So we wouldn't get rid of these, but we sort of put them as the last line of defense. But the ones that we would be getting rid of are going back to 83 and 84. And, you know, those 83 and 84 ones are basically, you know, there for extreme emergencies, parts, just because you're not going to get any money for them.
Oh, so these two go into that boneyard backup, and the two that are in there are gone?
Yep.
Okay, thanks.
And just to,
Okay, it might be helpful, I guess you do say that here in that paragraph. It might be easier to kind of highlight that a little bit more, because I would suggest that what you're really doing is replacing the 83 and 84 with the new ones and moving these back into those. And the answer, if nothing happened, your issue is you'd have these two, and the 83 and 84 would just get older. So,
and, you know, just as evidence of the last one, I think, you know, I mentioned that we have, you know, 20 of these such dump trucks with different type bodies on them. I believe the last time we bought one of these was in 2008. So if you look at that cycle, you know, we should be buying, if we have 20 of them, we should be buying, you know, 1 or 2 a year, and we haven't bought one for, you know, 5 or 6 years now.
Yeah, thanks.
I'll move on to the 10-wheel dump truck, which is a larger capacity truck. Just as a frame of reference, the 6-wheel dump truck has a gross vehicle weight of about 38,000 pounds, loaded with salt or whatever you put on it, rock or excavated fill. And when I say around, because the truck could vary depending on the springs you put on it, the struts, so they could vary somewhat. But just as a reference point, the gross vehicle weight of the 10-wheeler is about 1.5 times more. So that has a 60,000-pound gross vehicle weight. The largest truck we have, the next truck size above that is a triaxle. We don't own any triaxles. Some towns do. This is the largest truck we own. We currently have about 5 of them, which are in various stages of, you know, quality or disquality. So this does the same type work as the regular dump truck does in all shapes and sizes, whether it's road construction or snow plowing. It's just able to do heavier duty work and more of it. So it does complement our fleet. Once again, the newest one of these we have is also 2008, so we're also lax in that. Next request on the list is a John Deere 7-ton backhoe for $192,000. So a backhoe is if you could picture it, it has the digging arm, the claw arm on one side, and it has the bucket on the other. Versatile machine, does all kinds of heavy work along our roadways, on the job site every day. We have 4 backhoes, but basically because our excavator hasn't worked in several years because it's an old ancient one, basically the backhoe is the only digging machine we have. So that's, and this would replace one that's, you know, once again outlived its service life, needs a major overhaul, which is debatable whether it's worth even doing it or not. So if there's no questions on that, I'll move on to a tree bucket truck for $184,000. We currently have two of these such trucks. One of them is in good shape, which runs a three-man crew every day, cutting trees around town that come in as requests from residents, damaged trees during storms. The second truck has a bad lift boom, so it's fallen into disrepair. So what the second truck does is it allows some flexibility in this tree crew. Right now with the when the existing truck is serviced or even if it's in disrepair, we are personally out of the tree business. We have contractors who work for us. But the second tree crew allows us to, the second tree truck allows us to run the one crew every day with no interruptions for breakdown or even routine servicing of the truck, and allows us to peak, to gear up during storm events. So we do call in tree contractors. We probably have a tree contractor working every day for us, taking down trees. But as far as the tree bucket truck allows us to address trees on our pace, on our schedule as the requests come in, and also do some trimming work, things like that. So we have found that the most efficient use of the contractors is, total takedowns. If there's a tree that needs to be taken down, give us a price, whether it's, $600, $800, or $1,500, take that tree down. It's been working very efficiently. We've caught up with our backlog that was existing for a while. But for addressing our normal trimming and maintenance along our 275 miles of road, we feel our own tree crews are best to perform that, control the operations. So to do that, we'd request a second truck.
Joe, if I can ask just a clarification on that. You said that this tree would let us, or this equipment would let us kind of continue when our primary tree truck is out of service. $184,000 seems like a lot to pay for a part-time use of backup. If we got this, how many days a year would it be in service?
I can help you, Joe. One thing Joe did, Scott Bartlett, Superintendent of Public Works, one thing Joe neglected to point out is when we have the one bucket truck, it also goes to manage the banners at Sherman Green, goes and works on roofs and gutters at the buildings that we have. So the answer to your question is, it wouldn't really be a backup truck. We have the need to run two. What we do now with only having one operable, we're not manning it 5 days a week on trees. We're manning it as we can on trees and lending it to the other departments to do their work. So it's not an $184,000 for a potential backup truck. It's $184,000 for a frontline maintenance truck.
I can ask my other questions about the items you passed, but in terms of the tree bucket, you just said something. The operating daily is Monday through Friday. We're not operating these on the weekends, or we are?
We do have a weekend crew. We do not have that weekend crew through union negotiations qualified to run the bucket truck. However, by the nature of our business, because we still do, we do maintenance on post roads, we do maintenance in railroad parking lots, so by the nature of what we do, we run about a 6-hour crew every Saturday at overtime with a bucket truck. For example, we were just in the Board of Ed lots, over the winter break, raising trees in the Board of Ed lots, things of that nature. Sometimes, again, we can get around and do those things in a Monday through Friday cycle, terrific. But more times than not, some of those areas need to be addressed on a Saturday, so we'll run about a 6-hour shift on Saturday.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Actually, and I have one other tree bucket question. Clearly, we use lots of contractors. What percentage of our tree work is contracted out versus the percent that we do? Is it about an even split, or is there more?
It was very even. It was our own 2 in-house crews as well as 2 contracted crews. As Joe mentioned earlier about our catch-up, we we didn't feel comfortable with the way we were taking down trees. We had a lot of steps involved, whether it was a town crew or a contractor. There were multiple stops the way we would do it. We would go out and take all the big limbs off a tree, then we go back with a separate crew and drop the big tree trunk and pick up the logs, and we go back and we deal with the stump. We've moved that business model now to give us a price and you do the whole tree. You're responsible for the tree, the wood, the stump, the cleanup, and we feel, number one, it's working because we can geographically lump them. Number two, we know our cost, whether the guy spends 2 days taking down a tree or 3-4 days, whatever that cost is that we agree to in the bid is the cost. So at this point, I would say we probably are running 3 tree crews to our 2, but that should also diminish now that we're getting caught up on the workload.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
And during the last year's budget cycle, the amount of outstanding trees was brought to the attention quite a few times. So that was a conscious effort to ramp that up and address the backlog of outstanding issues.
Thank you.
So the last item in the request is a refuse and recycling truck, and there's a picture of it. It looks like a mini garbage truck that you see on the road. So we do use contracted services for a lot of our garbage removal in our town buildings and various locations. One of the things that this allows us to do is canvass all our town buildings, and this collects basically recycling pails and refuse pails. So it allows us to canvass all our beaches, parks, town buildings, the downtown area. So one of the advantages to doing it with in-house is that when you go there, if it's a third full, you don't need to empty the bag. Conversely, if you have an event where you need to pick it up 2 or 3 times a day, you could do that too. So it gives us the flexibility to control the level of service depending on the demand. This is one that runs 7 days a week. We have a crew that works weekends with the exception of winters. So basically they're out there, this is the truck that services the beaches, the parks during the soccer games. You can see extremely high miles on it. These crews also, when they're picking up, they also do the servicing of the bathrooms too. So if they're doing a garbage collection at Burroughs Park, they'll go there and they'll do their daily cleaning along with it. So it's it is a good way to use it when they're at the park too. There are eyes and ears too if there's an issue there with anything, with a parking issue or a fountain that's broke or whatever, or a garbage spill or whatever the occasion would be. They would hit that too. So you can see by the mileage on the truck that it does get quite a bit of use. It's 200,000 miles, so it's, even though it's a 2001, it is reaching the end of its life, if not at the end.
Yeah, that was my question. 2001 looks to be newer than many of the other things that we're replacing, just on an age basis.
Correct, but once again, there's compaction equipment on this truck, so the recyclables are in the front, the compaction in the back. So it is a small packer type truck. So those, that's the hydraulic in it, but it is a much smaller truck. So the truck isn't doing the work like a 10-wheel dump truck does, or a 6-wheeler, or a backhoe, which are heavy-duty diesel vehicles. This is a much lighter, even a medium-duty to light-duty vehicle. But once again, it's reaching the end of its life.
And how many of these do we have?
This
one compaction truck.
There's only the one?
Yeah.
So if we were to buy a new one, what would you do with this 2001 in the short term?
I would say, based on the recent repair history from our garage manager, if we're fortunate enough to get a new truck, we would probably get rid of this truck. Because the problem isn't the age of the truck or the miles per se, it's more in the mechanics of the compaction. It's basically just a lot to maintain, keeping it welded and keeping it operational. So I would say it would go.
Is this something you could sell for a few bucks, or is it?
We could certainly look into it. We look into most of our trucks, but we haven't gotten the most favorable. We take our trucks to such a point. In fact, I was just talking to my counterpart in Reading, and he sold some six-wheel dump trucks, and he got $8,000. We selfishly, if somebody offers me $8,000, I'll put it in the snow fleet all day long and get another 4 or 5 years out of it, because to spend $200 on the new truck and $8,000 is my return, I'll get more winters out of it. I'm not sure how the compaction truck will stack up, to that comparison.
Thanks.
And when this truck is not in service, we use a small Mason dump truck, which isn't efficient at all.
You're just picking stuff up with it, basically.
Yeah, you're throwing fluffy garbage and heaping it in the back of a pickup truck.
Okay.
I have a question on that.
Kristen?
So my hope is that we'll be recycling more and more as a town, and we are recycling more now that we have, single stream. I don't have the data, but the point being, will the truck in its specs reflect that in terms of looking down the road? Because we do hope that as a community we continue to promote that, so.
Correct. So the truck that's pictured there, it does have separate compartments, but the thing that single stream will allow us to do is, so that the way the truck is configured now, the back, the garbage packs, the front, even though it holds recyclables, it's loose recyclables.
Right.
Because it was designed to be sorted, newspapers here, cans here, bottles there. If the new truck is configured, you configure it with packing both. So you pack recyclables on one side, you pack garbage on the other side. You bring the garbage to the transfer station, you bring the recyclables to single stream.
So I just wanted to confirm that we were
I did
thinking
want to point out
along
one
those
thing,
lines.
though. Certainly, like at our own building, for example, the DPW garage, we actually have dumpsters, so we can put cardboard, metals, glass in one area, garbage in another, so that's easy. But most of our users that go to a typical park, even though we leave them a garbage can and a recyclable can, we unfortunately inherit what they've put in those barrels. So I just want to be fair to that point. We have, our program is very simple and straightforward. Everywhere we put a garbage can, we now put a recycling barrel next to it. So we're trying to encourage recycling, but what users put in them might be, a different story.
Or as the cliche says, garbage in, garbage out.
There you go.
All right, any further questions from the board?
I have a couple.
Go.
I like the fact that we're catching up, because it's true that we have not done enough purchasing of equipment and trucks and things like, and other equipment in public works for quite some time, so it makes sense to do that. What I'd like some more clarity on is your previous comment about, I think you were answering Mr. Tetro's question about how many years, because if you're looking at $600,000-700,000 a year on average as a normal need, I guess, and this is almost double that. That makes sense, and it might make sense for a few years, but I just don't know if thinking about it in terms of spending double that for 6 or 7 years makes sense. If I heard you say that correctly, you were thinking you would need to have a 2x spend for like half of the 14 years to get caught up. So that seems like a pretty big catch-up. I mean, yes, we're behind, but I'd like some more understanding of, it doesn't need to be now, maybe some analysis that would clarify that statement, because I don't know if I want to sign up for a 2x spend for 7 years.
Mr. Conlon, I think what Joe mentioned, and I think answers your question, is seeing a formal equipment replacement plan for DPW that will show us where we are. I think the fire department had a good model in terms of mileage and equipment and seeing the ages. So if you can get their consulting help.
Mike, we got rust to show you compared to theirs, trust me.
You got plenty of rust in dirt, right?
He's still back there.
No, so,
He's behind you.
So thank you for that, because I'm sure that report could refine both your needs and the requests for years to come to get kind of caught up, or at least close to caught up.
And just to put a time frame on it, is 90 days enough to get that done? Is that a reasonable time frame for that?
Actually, it is. However, I think it might help you in the other bodies. If you have it for the RTM, you might find that helpful when you go before them. So, in particular,
At least-
I mean, I'm not. you do what you can do, but I think it
Yeah.
is really helpful.
Yeah, even if it was just directionally for now, without
Right.
an exact year-by-year,
Yes.
item-by-item list. I think that would be helpful clarifying that point, which sounds like a big point. And my other question is to Mr. Mayor, and when you refer to the policy for the definition of non-recurring versus capital, I really like that concept, and I like adhering to the policy, which we helped write back in 2008 or 9.
I think you were a key architect of that.
So, I mean, I'm all over that, and that's good news. Taking that a step further, would that lead me to believe that when I look at the budget, both for Public Works and for other departments, that there is going to be, that most things in there are going to be under $100,000? Because if they were over, they would have come this way? Is that, or is it too soon to make that clear leap of, because what happens is
That was the intent.
Yeah.
I think we cut everything.
Did you?
Can't promise, but I think we cut everything.
Yeah, and that's great news, because in years past, we've gone back and forth, and we've always had this conversation. Some of it's here, some of it's there, it's all here one year, it gets mixed and matched. And
There was one year we had something over $1 million in non-recurring.
Yeah, so we've gotten tripped over, or tripped up on that over the years, and if we can be consistent and relatively adhere to a policy.
Yeah, we're actually trying to also.
That's good news.
Like, do, we start with our debt payment and debt scheduling.
Mm-hmm.
We do the, not the refis, but when we turn over the bands, to
Mm-hmm.
make sure that we adhere to a bonding schedule that's more equal to the life as opposed to just doing it in gross.
Right, good, thank you for that. And one last question that you'll be sure to be asked at future boards is, tonight's list was in priority of dollar.
Yes.
If you had to list these in priority of need, can you kind of give us a little color on that? Because if it doesn't come up tonight, it'll certainly come up down the road.
Yes. No, because that was I think that was an after.
I must have missed it.
Yeah, that was something that the first selectman asked.
Okay.
But once again, the information didn't get in your packet, I don't believe.
Okay.
Actually,
Or did.
I think that didn't come, this is in the package, and just pointed it out, so there is an email.
There is something that addresses that? Okay, in
Here
here.
is getting it in there.
Oh,
I don't know where it is, though. I didn't.
Right here.
there's an email in the back, okay.
Yep.
Thank you. I didn't see this before, so thanks. Okay.
I have a few more, too.
Items 1 through 8.
Mhm. Thank you for that. Thanks.
All right, any more questions for?
I
Go
do,
right
I
ahead.
did. I was saving some of mine because I thought you were cruising through. So the 10-wheel dump truck, is the primary service time winter, or is it equally in service throughout the year?
Equally throughout the year. So and once again, depending on the project. So what it does, if we're doing a project where we're digging a lot of material on the other side of town, well, this will allow you, if you're making 4 trips with the small dump truck, this will make you do 2 trips. Conversely, if you're doing a job where you're only going to be making 1 trip in and out, you could use the smaller dump truck.
Okay, thank you. And the asphalt truck, how much in-house asphalt work do we do? I know a lot's, there's contracting, but how much is done?
Yeah, what we do is sidewalk work, curbing work, asphalt patching work. So that, and we're pretty unique in that we have these trucks, and it's very efficient. One of the things you do, which if you didn't have these trucks, so these are built, the back of them is almost like a sander. It's like with a conveyor system. If you don't have these, what you do is you get a dump truck and you put little hatch type doors on it, and you dump them into a wheelbarrow and you push the wheelbarrow there. So once you start mixing up asphalt, it's like baking a cake where your fines and your solids mix. So this is, a great tool for us to use, and we use it constantly. These trucks probably get used more than the other dump trucks because of the work we do.
We'll run 2 crews on paving, to answer your question, from the plant opening, which is late March, early April through December. And as Joe said, it then doubles. That same jet that feeds us the asphalt in the spring feeds us the salt in the winter. So these are definitely frontline trucks that get
Okay,
used.
that's,
Yeah,
that was
and one
the
of the
next
things
part of my
we,
question.
one of the things we've talked about is improving our sidewalk network all over town. And what makes us somewhat unique is we have more asphalt sidewalk than most towns do, which is good. So this, this will enable us to, in the future, when we want to pick up the pace for our sidewalk work, we could do large chunks of sidewalk with, this is the perfect machine. I walk on Jennings, you can walk on Jennings for 2 miles. Well, this is a perfect machine to, dig up, lay asphalt, dig up, lay asphalt.
Great, thank you. Well, that actually takes me to the next one, the streetscape, and I just actually want to take this opportunity to thank you and your department, Joe, and as well Bill Hurley, who's here, and Scott, with the work that you've done with the Bike Pedestrian Committee to talk about some of these issues and how they impact. So I really appreciate that. My question about the streetscape request is, it looks like we're using, correct me if I'm wrong, so this is a question really. Are we using bond money to pay for police traffic control? And what's the thought with that?
Well,
When I read in the
Yeah.
description, I'll
Correct.
let you answer it.
It will be an overall cost of the project. So when we do a sidewalk, pick a place in front of Main Street, but we could spike that out if it causes an issue with that. We could pay for traffic protection via a different fund if there's a problem paying for it out of the bonding money. And that's with the reality that when we're working on the post road, there are going to be situations where we will need uniformed police officers to control things.
Right, absolutely. I figured. I just didn't, in terms of, that being consistent with our policies and all that, I didn't know that.
Yeah, I think,
Right
and
there.
perhaps Mr. Mayor can fill us in a little bit on that, but that's typically, there are always some soft costs associated with the project, much like we do architects and other designs or engineers or inspections as part of a school project. This is one of the costs, if we're going to do work on an active roadway, it's one of the requirements by the police commission that we have police out there, so it's kind of our cost of doing the project.
Fair enough, yep. And we definitely will need help and support. Certainly is an active roadway and an active walkway, which is why this is a good project. So I have one other set of questions for you about Old Town Hall. It looks like in our capital plan that Old Town Hall upgrade design is in the plan for next year. So the first question I have is that we will be looking at some upgrades. Will this work anticipate those, and are we going to potentially spend money twice on the same thing?
No, the money, once again, this won't, hopefully, when we do this project, everything will be done from the bottom, from the basement, and nothing you see from the first floor, the hardwood floor, and that, the blue carpeting there will stay as it is. Then the only exception is if we find some of the floorboards that need to be replaced, we may have to get it on top. But, the space, that first floor space in the lobby area will look fundamentally the same. So we're not changing, the money that's requested next year is to begin the process of evaluating the needs of the multi-million-dollar needs for that building, which includes HVAC and egress and all kinds of things. But this is just stabilizing the floor which you walk on.
For lack of a better term, this is just foundation work,
Right.
and we won't see this, when we're done, we won't see any of the dollars that we spent.
Not from the first floor, correct? You'd have to go into the
I don't plan on going underneath.
Well, it will illustrate the problem, so it's not a bad idea to take a
I
look.
trust your photo capability.
Okay.
So, yes, so that's, I just wanted to confirm that. And then, in terms of that work, you talked about a few different things in terms of the flow of business in the building and the work being done and timing. Can you tell us a little bit more about that, when the timing is planned and how the public would have access to those offices during the work?
Well, we get started with the design work as soon as the money is appropriated. But one of the things that the building gives us, especially, we have the access through the back doors, but even along the front, the main issue is where the double doors are in front. But we have the luxury of having, a front door to the right and a front door to the left. So we have quite a bit of flexibility. So if we have to close off, the front door area for a time, we could use the other side doors and vice versa. So we could shift our work to accommodate the use of the building. So.
Great. I have actually another question for Assistant Chief Bisson, believe it or not. I'm
right,
glad
just,
he's back, so I don't have anything
Do you
else
have any more
for...
questions for?
No, I'm good with Joe.
Okay.
Thank you.
And we still have Jerry to go through yet, so we're not done.
Yes, so yes, I recognize Jerry.
Yeah, Mr. Lombardo.
Yes.
No, I figured...
Most good evening. Jerry Lombardo, Director of Parks and Recreation.
And let me be the first to say thank you for hanging in there tonight,
Oh,
Mr.
yes.
Lombardo.
Thank
Not a
you.
problem.
I told you he was going to be
I'm here this evening for the non-recurring capital, requesting $100,000 for our H. Smith Richardson Golf Course. This is the ongoing plan, 10-year plan that the Golf Commission put together, which we started in 2010. And what it's gone, it's revitalizing the infrastructure of the golf course. Drainage work, bunkers, and what we plan on doing this year again is bunkers, which encompasses, and you have pictures of them, is removing the sand, reshaping the bunkers, putting drainage underneath, okay, and making them safer, more enjoyable to play, and moving on from there. And also, the monies that we have spent has shown, particularly with the drainage area, and you'll see it when I submit at budget time, an increase in our golf cart revenue as we had projected, because in the past, when it rained, we couldn't send carts out. So this has been very beneficial to the golf course, which was obviously opened in '72, I believe it was. And it's an ongoing work in progress. It's a plan that is also, it's a 10-year plan, but, matter of fact, we're in the process of retrofitting it and putting in place, of showing what we've done and what, because we may have shown something in 5 years down the road, but we're on this hole. We said, let's get it done now, because I don't want to come back and redo where we already have done. So the plan is a good Bible tool to work from, and it's been very helpful for the commission and myself to see that the work gets done. And as I said, the boards have been very, we've been very appreciative of the boards giving us the funding, because it has helped the playability, and all the players that use the facility remark about the difference in the playability of the facility and the condition.
And I think one of the ongoing issues there is the course can get between 42 and 45,000 rounds a year, which is extremely heavy
High for
play.
a normal golf course.
And unlike some of the private clubs, there's not like a Monday where the course is out of action. This course works 7 days a week.
Thank you.
Any questions for Mr. Lombardo?
No, sir.
All right, again, this is, I think, the 5th year of the 10-year plan?
Yes.
So it's something that we've seen before, and this is part of the long-range plan. When we talk about equipment replacement plans, this is kind of the ongoing maintenance piece that the Golf Commission presented, and we've done, I think, as a town, a good job of sticking to. I certainly don't get up there as often anymore, but when I used to, I certainly noticed the improvements from year to year. So I think the money's well spent in that regard. All right, Jerry, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
All right, any follow-up questions?
I do.
Go ahead.
Yes. And I just want to also say thank you to everyone who's here for staying. It has been a marathon meeting, but a lot of great information. This one is actually for Assistant Chief Bisson in terms of the fire, back to the fire.
Assistant Chief, if you could come up to the podium, please.
See, since you came back and say, you waited, actually, you never left. So I'm looking in the vehicle replacement document.
Okay.
And page 12, the listing of apparatus, and I was going through how many of those were over 12 years old. How many of those that are over 12 years old currently are frontline vehicles? Do you know?
The only two frontline vehicles, if you refer to the prior chart, are Engine 4 LSN 07 and Ladder 1 LSN 51. The others are in reserve status, and actually, my current status from the maintenance division, 4 of the engines that are on that list are out of service. One has no equipment on it, one is out getting repaired at Gowns and Knight, one is in the maintenance department on jacks, and one is in cold storage over on Tunx's Hill.
Okay, all right.
I think just to explain that for some, in case folks don't appreciate that, as I understand it, each of these vehicles is in essence custom-made.
Correct.
All right, so it's not like we're buying a Ford fire truck off the lot down the street. So when they go out of service, part of the issue is it's either our maintenance people getting parts, tracking those out, or as you just referenced, in some cases they actually have to go back to the manufacturer, or at least go back to the manufacturer to get some custom-made parts.
That's correct.
So out of service is not just, hey, it's down for today, we'll pick up the part tonight at the local auto place and then be back. So out of service is a bigger deal.
Yes.
Not just because it's public safety,
Yeah,
but
no,
because
the availability of parts and where we can get those replacement parts. A lot of those have to be fabricated. A lot of times they have to be made locally.
Yeah, thank you. I just wanted to be clear, out of service is not just, hey, we'll get the tire out this afternoon and put it back in
Correct.
service. It's a bigger deal than that.
Usually, yes.
Okay.
So the other question that I have then is, thus was the request for both of those vehicles when you came in, and that it was the ladder and the LSN 07, right? The
Yes.
replacement. So, and I see that gets moved back to 15, 16, the pumper on there for 600. And you talked also, as did Scott Bartlett, about the kind of being behind a little bit in terms of catching up. So when Scott Bartlett from DPW talked about that 7 years, actually Joe Michelangelo, our director, talked about the 7 years to catch up, what would that be for the fire department? How many years in terms of that same kind of model? Would you be able to define that? And if not today, maybe?
Yeah, if we were able to purchase the 2 apparatus now, let me correct that, if we were able to start the process to purchase the 2 apparatus now, because as this board pointed out, when we get approval and go through the process, it's 8 to 15 months before they're delivered. These, as of today, 19-year-old trucks are going to be 20, 21 years old if they stay on the road and we don't have catastrophic failures with them. We would be able to go 2 years before our next projected purchase. So I believe the chart showed 2 vehicles in 2014. Using our 12-year cycle, 2016 would be the next purchase, followed by 18 if I don't look at it. Yes, two vehicles in 2014. We would replace LSN 11 in 2016, LSN 12 in 2018, and LSN 52 in 2020. So we can project that out based on the age and wear.
So, and what page are you on the?
Page 8 of this document.
Part of why I'm asking this is because I'm wondering how this and this compare in terms of going forward.
In looking at those, they do not match.
And so, okay, and it's really late. We can talk more about this later, but it kind of goes to the point of, the idea of staying caught up and what that means for us. And I appreciate you coming back.
No problem. Well, and as I said before, we embrace the long-term planning and laying out a vehicle replacement plan. We've gone through, we've updated our information with current data that we have. We're trying to project forward. So I am very confident in what we gave you tonight for your review, and be more than happy to come back and answer more questions if you have any.
Thank you.
Chief Bisson, thank you.
Thank you.
Any further questions from the board?
No.
All right. Any comment from the public? All right.
Wow, troublemaker.
Back to the board. The item that stands before us is to hear, consider, and act upon resolution appropriating, and I think we had a couple of amendments to make to this in terms of making that either up to or not to exceed.
Yeah, I mean, personally, I much prefer to see it as stand as is. And it's basically, one says that's the appropriation, two says that the sum will not be spent, a sum greater than that amount will be spent. So from my perspective, finance perspective, this is cleaner, it's nicer, and it works. But if you feel you need to change it, I can live with it.
Yeah, I think that it's been our practice in the past to do the not to exceed, and it basically appropriates or gives us authorization to spend that much. That the not to exceed refers to just the borrowing in paragraph 2.
Not to express to shall not borrow a sum to exceed that amount.
Right.
But you can't spend it, I mean, but yes, you can do it either way.
Preference for the board? Any motion to amend?
I kind of like the not to exceed,
Yeah, I mean, like I said, I can.
to
live
be
with it.
consistent in paragraph 1, 2, the title and the resolution itself, just as a general comment.
Okay.
So you want to say that hereby probates the sum
Yep. Mr.
not
Mayor, if
to
you,
exceed.
Mr. Mayor,
Yes, sir.
if you'd let us do that?
I'd love it.
Thank you. To hear, consider, and act upon a resolution appropriating a sum not to exceed $3,300,000. So that would be a sum not to exceed? And that's in the, I'm reading the main resolution on the agenda.
Right.
And on the title, appropriating, a resolution appropriating sum not to exceed $3,600,000 in the title. And in paragraph 1, appropriates the sum of, appropriates a sum
A sum,
not to exceed,
right,
and removes the of.
and removes the second.
All right, any further discussion?
Oh, sorry.
Jen, did you get all that?
What about paragraph 2?
That already says it.
Two's
It
okay.
already
Oh,
says
okay,
the sum not to
sorry.
exceed.
Yeah,
Okay, I got it. Just
All right.
please.
Any comment from the public? Seeing none, back to the board. Are we ready to vote? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All right, the motion as amended stands before us. Are we ready to vote on the motion?
Yes.
Yes?
Yeah, I think so. Just a quick comment. I mean, I like the fact that we're catching up, and we're stepping outside the box just a little bit on that, but we're kind of making up for purchases that weren't done in previous years. And the combination of that and the fact that we're getting consistent with our purchasing policy for how we're categorizing things gets me comfortable in the process that we're using going forward. And, you know, it strikes me as these are investments that we need to make in our town so that we can continue providing services that we're accustomed to providing and people are used to. So I'm okay with the items themselves, and in some ways, not every way, it's not dissimilar from what we did a few years back, catching up in paving. You know, we took a leap and we put a few more bucks in it and got caught up, and I think that has done us well over time. We've caught up and the roads look great, and you can see the results from that effort. So I think all that said, unless there's discussion on a particular item at the lower level of priority, then I'm comfortable.
Yeah, I like the way you framed that. If I look at the items here, we've got the sidewalk money. Well, in essence, we haven't had a maintenance program for sidewalks So this is not catching up entirely, it's about 15% of what needs to be done, and we've got to get started. And if anybody that's walked through downtown realizes that. And I think importantly, what I heard Mr. Michelangelo say was that this then frees up some of the money in the budget to be used throughout the entire town, so it doesn't get sucked away from other neighborhoods. So I think this is a way of creating balance to other neighborhoods to make sure they get taken care of as part of our normal process and starts to address some of the issues here. I think the ladder truck gets us to addressing the equipment replacement plan that's in place in the fire department. And to put that in perspective, if you go back a couple waterfall charts or capital plans, when the engine was going to be 1.2 to 1.3 million, that's all there was for this year. So one of the concepts and what was initially presented was that because we redesigned the engine, respec'd it,
Right.
we're able to get that for under 800,000. Did that free up that 400,000 or 500,000 to be used? I think that we went back and forth, had a good discussion on that, and I think we decided in the interest of keeping, in budget and also not creating a cliff. If you buy too many pieces of equipment in 1 year, they kind of run out roughly at the same time. So we looked at tolling that second piece, the second engine, in place along those lines. And then as I go through and look at what DPW is doing here, we've all been through tough budget years. We've all looked at the budget and said, what can you cut if we need another 100,000, 200,000, 300,000? And DPW is taking it on the chin, because those are nice, big, round numbers that you can pull out of the budget and get there without having to go add up a bunch of $10,000 cuts. This is their chance to get caught up a little bit and getting that back. So I think that, and again, as you heard from Joe, this isn't all their catch-up.
But
So he's tried to set some priorities, get this in place, and use this as a foundation. So I think they've been, and just looking at the ages of these trucks and the mileage and the pictures of the rust and corrosion, it's time. And the fact that we haven't done it over time, at some point we need to do a little bit of catch-up to start that. And I see that. So that's why I'm supporting these. Certainly the school projects, we talked through those, and those all seem both maintenance issues and things that their time has come to be part of this. So I'll be supporting all the numbers in this.
just one last quick comment for me. I wanted to go back to the fire item and thank Chief Bisson and his team, because not only did they knock that price down by $500,000 and find a truck that worked for us in this year and saves us a lot of money, they were flexible on the schedule by pushing something to next year and giving us some options there, from a cash flow perspective for this year and next year, as well as stretching out the life of the second item that we will be looking at next year. So I look forward to that discussion on that follow-up item, as soon as next year, if not sooner if something breaks, right?
Any further comments?
Gentlemen, I concur.
All right. Good. We ready to vote?
Yes.
I think so.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Thank you all.
I got an idea for Scott. Scott, why don't you retire on the police boat?
All right, is there moving on to the tax collector motion? Do we have tax returns?
Is there another?
Yes.
I don't even,
Yes.
oh, there is, okay.
Yes.
All right, to consider and act upon tax refunds as recommended by the tax collector in the amount recommended. May I have a motion to consider?
So moved.
A second.
Second.
Any amendments?
Yes, I move to amend the item to eliminate the period at the end of the sentence, comma, $53,270.20.
Second.
All right, thank you. Any further discussion? Ready to vote? All in
Yes.
favor?
Aye.
Aye. The motion as amended stands before us. Any further discussion? All right, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Good, that's done. May I have a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
A second? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Thank you all for hanging in there. It's 9 o'clock tonight.
So I'm hoping the weather, it's been cool in Tampa, it's been like 50, 55, and they're walking around in parkas, and I said, I'm coming to Florida, I don't care if it's 62.
I know, that's what I'm going to Texas, actually. I'm going to meet up with my college roommates, and I said, I don't care if there's a hurricane. I'm going and hanging out with my girlfriends.
So, yeah.
It's an annual pilgrimage, not
Is
to
it?
Boston. We go different places, but
Well, guys, thanks for hanging in there.
All right, yeah, thanks for moving the meeting. I hope you feel better.
safe travels, Dylan.
Thanks, guys.
I'm stuck.
Meeting.